Good morning. This is Artie Harris, and we're starting the January 18th Planning Board meeting. Our first item is the Bethesda IAC member reappointment, where we are, the board is approving David Yampolsky, Senior Vice President with Community Thrive, to fill one of the vacant property business owner positions. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the appointment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 3-0. Our next item, item number 3, regulatory extension requests. We have 2 this morning. The first is Chevy Chase Section 5 Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 620230080, extension request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 3-0. The next is 9801 Georgia Avenue, 120230160 and 820230130, regulatory extension request number 3, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve the extension request.
The second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 3-0. And now we're moving on to item number 4, the roundtable discussion, where our Parks Director, Mitty Figueredo, will give a presentation, and this will be her first official one, so good morning and welcome, Mitty.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Yes, I've been in the job now about 3 weeks, and this is my first Parks Director's report. I don't have any slides this morning, so like my colleague, Jason Sartori, I thought I would sit in front of you so I can see all your faces and you can see me as well. In this first Parks Director's report, I wanted to tell you a little bit more about myself and my background, both personal and professional, as well as my priorities going forward. I was born in Austin, Texas, on Bergstrom Air Force Base to Cuban immigrants who came to the United States in 1960 in the aftermath of the Cuban Revolution of 1959. My mother was 12 when she came with 4 of her sisters as part of the largest recorded exodus of unaccompanied minors in the history of the Western Hemisphere. About 14,000 Cuban children were sent by their parents to the United States between 1960 and 1962 to protect them from the effects of the Marxist regime that had just come to power. They stayed in a camp for child refugees for a couple of months until they were reunited with my grandparents, who were eventually able to leave Cuba with almost nothing except a couple of suitcases and then settled at that point in New Orleans. My father's family emigrated to Texas, and in the late 1960s, my father began studying aerospace engineering at Texas A&M University. But unfortunately, he was not a particularly diligent student at that time, and he became eligible for the draft. He lost his deferment. In order to avoid being drafted, he enlisted in the United States Air Force and did his tour of duty right after I was born. When he returned, he was a much better student and ended up doing very well and had a successful career as an aerospace engineer working for companies like Boeing and Ford Aerospace and McDonnell Douglas. My parents taught me the value of hard work and instilled in me a pride in being an American and a belief that while not perfect, this country is still a land of freedom and opportunity, and we all have something to contribute to make it a more perfect union, and in fact, we have a responsibility to do that. I grew up in Florida, and after studying history at the University of Florida, I attended Northwestern University School of Law in Chicago, where I met my husband and we had our daughter. After my husband finished a federal judicial clerkship with the Eastern District of Wisconsin, we moved to the Washington, D.C. area in 2001 and settled in Silver Spring, where we raised our children and they mostly attended public schools. I worked in a number of jobs in both the public and private sectors in this area, at both county and federal levels of government, and also worked for a private real estate developer, the Chevy Chase Land Company, where I learned a lot about planning and development from the other side. But it was while I was living in Chicago and Milwaukee, two areas of the country, two cities that were very, very different from the auto-oriented suburban sprawl of Miami that I grew up in, that I first became very interested in planning, housing, and transportation issues and how they intersect with the design of public spaces and parks. In other words, what makes a community sustainable, happy, and healthy? So while I never planned when I was a law student at Northwestern to become a parks director one day, the career choices I made along the way were based on the things that I cared about, and they ultimately led to my job as deputy director at Montgomery Parks, during which the time the department did some innovative and important work, including acquiring a number of properties for urban parks and conservation, creating an activation program that brings thousands of people into our parks to connect with each other and enjoy activities. We built new facilities to address emerging needs like cricket and pickleball. And we also instituted some smaller changes that required a surprising amount of behind-the-scenes work, including, for example, putting up a list of sledding hills that we identified and approved and got on the web so that people would know where they could go sledding in Montgomery Parks. And like I said, you would be amazed at how much behind-the-scenes work that took. We did other things like experiment with allowing alcohol in parks, certain parks, and pursuant to permits. And we learned a lot from this experience, almost entirely positive. We created the Open Parkways program during the pandemic, which became incredibly popular to this day. It's an example, I think, of what you use a pilot for, which is to try something new, learn things, make adjustments, and see what works, and hopefully maintain it going forward. So during this time, during these last 5 years that I was the deputy director with Montgomery Parks, I watched Mike Riley do the job and learned from him as much as I could. He's a very hard act to follow, but I am going to try to continue his legacy, and he does leave quite a legacy. This is a very well-run Parks Department with excellent and dedicated staff. I feel very privileged to lead it. My priority as director will be to implement the recommendations of the recently approved PROS plan, which builds on Thrive 2050 and is the primary planning policy document for Montgomery Parks. PROS articulates three main parks purposes: creating social connection, promoting physical activity, and protecting the environment, especially in diverse and urbanizing areas, and with an emphasis on teens, seniors, and working age adults. These are groups that the Parks Department has not had a focus on in years past, and our changing demographics and the needs of the county tell us that this is work that we need to focus on. And we're already making some progress in some of these things. So in terms of implementing PROS, when I say that, what do I mean? So we need to develop and program true urban parks through acquisition, redevelopment of existing parks, and through development-related dedications and projects. We're making some progress. Like I said, we have some examples, including Bethesda Market Park, which will be the result of a collaboration between the county, Montgomery Parks, and private developers that we believe will result in a world-class urban park in the heart of downtown Bethesda. The upcoming Silver Spring Urban Rec Park, which is currently under construction on East-West Highway, as well as the facility plan for Jessup Blair Park in Silver Spring, the outreach for which we recently kicked off. We also need to continue expanding and improving on our network of natural and hard surface trails, both for recreational purposes and because they create connections between parks and to communities. Recently, we were successful in tapping into federal funds for trail safety and trail connections through the Safe Streets for All and RAISE federal grant programs. And we're also moving forward with our hard surface Pepco Trail project and the upcoming renovation of the Capitol Crescent Trail, which we're calling CCT 2.0, and for which we also recently initiated the beginning of the public outreach process. We also know from our PROS survey that residents are concerned about the condition of our parks, safety in parks, and they have a desire for more public bathrooms in parks. And that's something that, all these three areas are something that we need to focus on and study and come up with recommendations for addressing them. And finally, our commitment to equity means that we need to continue refining our use of data, like equity focus areas and the Community Equity Index, to deploy parks resources and engage in equitable outreach that gives us real and actionable information about community needs. So in my future director's reports, I plan to keep the board updated on our progress achieving these goals, on parks programs and projects. And of course, if you have specific areas of interest that you'd like to present more information on, we're happy to do that too. This is a good opportunity to do a medium dive on some of the topics that might interest you, the processes of the Parks Department, specific programs. So please do let me know. And before I wrap up, I want to tell you just a little bit more about what motivates me and how I approach this job. As I said, I believe it's an absolute privilege to serve in this role, and it comes with a lot of responsibility. We have over 1,000 employees, including park police, and a third of the county is parkland, and we serve 1 million residents. The level of professionalism and expertise among our park staff, I hope you'll agree, is truly impressive, and we want to continue to meet those very high standards. In doing this work, I believe it's important to operate with integrity and transparency, and I will strive to make decisions and recommendations to you that we believe are in the public interest. And I will strive to do everything I can to be a good steward of the public resources that are entrusted to us. And I've told my senior leadership team that when we're making a decision or we're confronted with an issue or a problem, the first question we always need to ask ourselves is, what's the right thing to do here? What is in the public interest? There are a lot of considerations that we have to weigh, but that should always be the first question we ask ourselves. And I will sometimes make mistakes. Government agencies are run by human beings who are fallible. And I think that in general, we could all treat each other maybe with a little bit more grace in this regard. But when we do make a mistake, we will own it, acknowledge it, correct it, and strive to do better. And that is what I pledge to you and to the residents that we serve. So with that, I want to thank you for your time. Of course, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. And I will see you again, otherwise, in a couple of weeks. And next time, we will have some slides, and we will talk about some parks programs and projects. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ms. Figueredo. We're delighted to have you as the Parks Director. Thank you for telling your story and for allowing us to get to know you better and the citizens of Montgomery County to get to know you better and to learn more about your priorities. Thank you very much. Do any other board members have any? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can we just start with the next? We need to take 1 minute. Okay, we'll take a 1 minute break, and then we'll go to item number 5, Bethesda Overlay Zone, BOS Soft Cap, where staff is recommending approval for transmittal to the County Council. Thank you. Good morning. We're on our second item, item number 5. The main item is Bethesda Overlay Zone, BOS Soft Cap, where Elzo Heisel McCoy will give us a presentation where staff is recommending to approve the recommendation for transmittal to County Council. Good morning, Elza.
Good morning, Chair Harris, members of the board. Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. So last fall, the planning board approved a project that increased the overall density above 30.4 million square feet, which is the soft cap in the Bethesda downtown plan for overall development in the Bethesda overlay zone. As a result of that, I came to you last fall with a presentation of sort of where we've been and some options for where we might go in the future. After that, the planning board heard public testimony from members of the resident community, the development community, and also from the town of Chevy Chase and the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee. I had also briefed the Bethesda IAC on and we had a good conversation about sort of appropriate next steps given where we are. And based on that, last fall, staff recommended and the board approved adding a minor master plan amendment for the Bethesda downtown plan to focus on implementation issues. So there were many months, years of work from the community and staff. The board held 15 work sessions, a year of work sessions on that plan. So a lot of work went into that plan. And so the idea of the minor master plan amendment is to focus very narrowly on implementation issues. And so the board has added that to our draft work program. The idea is that staff would do outreach and engagement based on the annual monitoring reports and other information that we've already put together to sort of start to help the community and other stakeholders sort of help frame the questions for the minor master plan amendment. The idea is that we would be coming back to you then in July with a scope of work for the minor master plan amendment. And then because the actual number of pages in the sector plan that we're talking about, maybe 5 pages, the idea would be then to do our engagement work in the spring, come to you with proposals, draft language in September after your August break, and then sent to council by the end of the year. So the idea is that the question of the development cap in Bethesda would be answered in the near term, in the next year. And I think that idea got a good reception from the Bethesda IAC and from the development community. So with that, staff is revising our recommendation that the board recommend to council that to address the Bethesda soft cap, that we pursue in a timely fashion minor master plan amendment to address implementation issues. And that's what I have for today. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
The only comment I have is just, excuse me, see if we can compress the timeline as much as possible. I'd hate to see the sort of momentum for Bethesda sort of stall. And I know we've got sort of broad support for this, but I would like to see that timeline compressed as much as we can to go through the engagement and get something out to the council to approve or to review as soon as we can. I just don't want to see the momentum of the housing construction and everything in Bethesda sort of taper off while we wait through the South Cap. That's the only comment I have. And we've talked it before.
We absolutely hear you. I will note that before the Bethesda downtown plan, we did it's the longest plan, a name I've ever worked on, the Bethesda Purple Line Station Minor Master Plan Amendment. I have to look up in order to get it all out. We did that soup to nuts in 4 months. And so, and that was a different time, right? That was some time ago. But I think we have a lot of support for moving it forward. I think residents as well as developers want this to be resolved.
Yeah.
And I think the testimony you heard was encouraging in that, and everybody's looking for a solution. So yeah, we will do our best.
Thank you.
Mr. Heisel McCoy, could you give it like an example of key implementation issues that you're going to be looking at? Just, big picture, is there?
Sure. So I think the two, I think the two biggest ones will be the development cap, and then the second will be parks implementation. There was, there's been a lot of development in Bethesda, and it takes a lot to get those projects running, and there have been millions of dollars in contributions to the park impact payment to help implement parks, but acquiring land and developing parks is a very complex process. Even more so, the Bethesda farm market has a lot of partners involved in the implementation of that. So I think there's a reasonable concern in the community that the parks aren't happening fast enough. The development is happening faster. And so the sector plan recommends pursuing other funding alternatives. And I think, a lot of things happened after the Bethesda downtown plan was approved. And I think a little bit more follow-up with that. So I think we'll be looking at park implementation. I think the downtown plan recommended an urban mobility program, the BUMP, which development happened so fast that county agencies weren't able to sort of get the rate in place soon enough. And so I think we'll be looking also at implementation for roadway improvements and ped bike improvements, and then potentially also schools. So I think those are those are the issues that you all hear from every project all the time. And I think just the pace of development in Bethesda. So those are the issues that I expect that we'll be talking about.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So, any other questions or comments?
Just one follow-up on the park issue. It sounds like because we're interested in finding more sources of revenue to support implementing kind of the plan and vision, does that mean that, has it brought in through the PIP, has it brought in less than we expected? Are there challenges with kind of the timing of when those payments are made in the development process? Or is it just much more expensive to do the acquisition and development than perhaps we originally thought, or getting more expensive over time, and so the initial formula kind of isn't just matching the need?
So I don't want to speak for the Parks Department, but I think the short answer is yes. And so it is. I think there was a recognition at the time that this was going to be complicated. Bethesda land prices are very high, and it's difficult to acquire. So I think all of the questions that you identified are questions that we'll be dealing with during the minor master plan amendment process.
Okay, great, thank you. So do we need a recommendation to send something? I guess, no, we're
So I'm looking to legal staff. I'm recommending that they basically transmit a letter. Do we need a motion and a second for that, or do we just need the sense of the board?
I think if you can do it by consensus, if everyone's in agreement with that. I don't think you need a formal motion in this instance.
okay.
So then we'll prepare that language and then provide it to you, Chair Harris,
Great.
and to the board members for transmittal to County Council.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the update.
Great, thank you.
We'll take just a 1 minute break, and then we will switch over to the next item. Number 6 is the Strathmore Preliminary Plan Amendment, Site Plan Amendment, and Forest Conservation Plan. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, 4910, 4920 Strathmore, preliminary plan amendment 12022-016A, site plan amendment number 82022-022A, and then forest conservation plan F20240120, public hearing, where staff is recommending approval of all three with conditions. This morning, we have Emily Tettlebaum and Steve Finley from the Planning Department giving the presentation. We also have the applicant, and we have one in-person testimony and then one on team. So we'll start with the staff presentation. Good.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name, for the record, is Emily Tettlebaum with the Mid-County Planning Division, here to present to you 4910 to 4920 Strathmore, preliminary plan amendment number 1-2022-016A, site plan amendment number 8-2022-022A, and forest conservation plan number F2024-0120. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of all three applications. I will note that the site plan amendment also incorporates a minor amendment to the floating zone plan associated with the rezoning that I'll talk about in a few moments. And the approval is for a new residential development with up to 125 homes. So you can see the site here outlined in yellow. The site's located at 4910 to 4920 Strathmore Avenue, approximately 1,500 feet east of Rockville Pike, within the North Bethesda Garrett Park Master Plan area. There are residential neighborhoods to the north and to the west here. There are institutional uses that abut the site to the south and the east. Right here you can see Strathmore Music Hall. This is the Academy of the Holy Cross, just south of the property, Holy Cross Church and School, and then a little further east is Garrett Park Elementary School. The Grosvenor Strathmore Metro Station is located approximately 0.610 miles to the southwest. It's located right here. And it is within walking distance of the site. So here's a closer look at the site. Again, the site that's the subject of the preliminary and site plan amendments is outlined here in yellow. The site's approximately 15.35 acres, and it includes parcel A, which is over here, right along Strathmore Avenue, and then part of parcel B. And parcel B is this portion to the west and the south here that includes the Academy of the Holy Cross. The forest conservation plan for the project covers this whole area in red that you see on the slide. Parcel A is currently occupied by the vacant St. Angela's Hall retirement home, and parcel B is the campus of the Academy of the Holy Cross. And the portion of parcel B within the site area contains the school's driveway here, fields, and forested area. The site contains a number of environmental features that inform the site design, including streams along the western, southern, and eastern sides of the property. You can see them here in blue. Here's one of the streams, and here's another. The site is within the commercial residential neighborhood floating zone, the maximum density of 0.75 and a maximum height of 50 feet. And the total site here, outlined in red, is approximately 38 acres. So a little bit about the history of the project. The site was initially the subject of a rezoning approval that was approved by the County Council in 2022. The site was rezoned from R60, a residential zone, to the commercial residential neighborhood zone to allow for a residential development, including up to 125 single-family dwelling units and a 145-bed residential care facility. The The residential care facility was supposed to be located to the east on the floating zone plan associated with the rezoning, while the townhouses and detached houses would be located on the west side of the site. The rezoning included a number of binding elements limiting the uses on the property, and among other things, requiring a natural surface trail subject to a public access easement be constructed here along the west side of the property. So subsequent to the rezoning, the planning board approved a preliminary and site plan to implement the redevelopment approved by the rezoning January of 2023, and the approvals allowed up to 113 dwelling units with 9 detached houses and 104 townhouses, and a 145-bed residential care facility, just as envisioned in the rezoning. The site was to contain 3 driveways from Strathmore Avenue and a network of private roads and alleys to serve the proposed uses. The relocated central access road right here would serve both the residential uses and the Academy of the Holy Cross property, which would be located just south of this site here. So here is an overview of the amendment proposal. Current market conditions have made financing more difficult, and the applicant team has determined that the previously approved residential care facility was no longer feasible. They further determined that an entirely single-family development would be the most viable option for this site. So here's an overview of the amendments. The amendment applications have been submitted to remove the residential care facility and increase the number of single-family dwelling units from 113 to 125, as allowed by the binding elements associated with the rezoning. So you can see here the residential care facility has been removed, and one of the access driveways for loading for the residential care facility was also removed in this proposal. 15 townhouses have been relocated from the west side of the property to the east side. 4 townhouses and 8 detached homes have been added to the project, and the open spaces have been modified. What's substantially consistent between the 2 proposals is the private road and pedestrian network. You can see here that the private road network that was previously approved has just been extended to the east here. The forest conservation areas are substantially similar, actually slightly expanded, and the architectural quality and character of the proposed homes is substantially similar to the prior site plan approval. As I mentioned before, the site plan amendment includes an amendment to the floating zone plan associated with the rezoning application as allowed in the zoning ordinance to reflect the removal of the residential care facility and the reallocation of homes within the site. So the amendment applications reduce the total amount of density on the site to 400,000 square feet and add houses for a total of 125 units. So there'll be a total of 17 detached homes. The detached homes have been extended across the Strathmore Avenue frontage, as you can see here, and 108 townhouses. With the additional dwelling units, 2 more MPDUs will be provided with this amendment. The current proposal provides 75,000 square feet, or 12.3% of the townhouse site area, as common open space, and this actually represents a 5,000 square foot increase over the amount of open space provided in the original approval. The open space network includes the natural surface trail that was previously provided around the periphery of the townhomes on the west side of the property. There's a Muse and Pocket Park on the west side, and then there is a Central Park playground area that is just east of this main road, Academy Park Drive here. The Central Park area will really serve as a centerpiece of the development, and it features play equipment, pergola seating, and lush landscaping. Here are a few images of the proposed central open space. So this area has really been enlarged in these amendment proposals. So here is a slide about access and circulation. On the left is the bicycle pedestrian circulation. On the right is the vehicular circulation. So the replacement of the residential care facility with single-family homes actually reduces the amount of traffic generated by the proposed development. The previously proposed driveway to access loading for the residential care facility has been removed from the project, resulting in 2 rather than 3 access points from Strathmore Avenue. The project proposal continues to include a traffic signal at the main access road right here, and a westbound left turn lane that will be added to Strathmore Avenue to improve the traffic pattern along that road. A 10-foot wide side path with a 6-foot wide green panel will be provided along the site's frontage, providing critically needed pedestrian infrastructure where none currently exists. Within the site, 5 to 6 foot sidewalks with tree-lined buffers are provided along both sides of the road, and as previously mentioned, there is a natural surface trail along the west side of the property. So the forest conservation plan, while it has a new number, actually amends final forest conservation plan that was approved with this previous site plan, and it responds to changes in the proposed number and types of residential units on the site. There's still 3.59 acres of forest being retained and 0.47 acres of forest being removed. The applicant proposes to plant 3.25 acres of forest on site, which is actually an increase over the amount included with the original site plan approval. All of the forest plantings will be protected in Category 1 or Category 2 conservation easements. And the forest planting beyond the requirement will be credited towards mitigation of stream buffer encroachments. The planning board previously approved variances to remove 12 variance trees and impact the critical root zones of 4 trees while also retaining those trees, the 4 trees. A new variance requests to increase the critical root zone impacts to, but continue to retain 3 previously disturbed trees, and to impact the critical root zone, but retain 2 previously undisturbed trees. The 2 new trees that will be impacted but retained are shown here in blue, and the increases in impact to previously impacted trees are shown here in red. So the applicant has met all of the noticing requirements for these applications. We have received some correspondence, including a request for signage or public art along Strathmore Avenue that would commemorate the prior use of the site, and you'll hear more testimony about that shortly. However, this is not a historic site. I want to note that, and any kind of commemoration would be voluntary on behalf of the applicant and is not required as any type of regulatory approval before you today. We also received an email requesting a more direct pedestrian connection to the metro. And you can see on the map on the right side of the slide, in orange here, I've shown the current most direct pedestrian connection, which is an asphalt path trail that goes through the adjacent property, through the Strathmore Hall, across Tuckerman, and to the metro. So this is the most likely path that pedestrians would use here. The proposed site itself could not provide a direct connection. It doesn't abut Tuckerman or any other more direct potential route to the metro. Due to safety concerns, the Academy of the Holy Cross will not allow members of the public to traverse their school property, although they do abut Tuckerman here. And the applicant team, during the original approvals, did attempt to coordinate with the adjacent property HOA to try to connect with this trail across a stream and forested area, but the neighbors were not willing to help facilitate that pedestrian connection. So given these constraints, we think that the existing pedestrian infrastructure to access the metro is adequate, especially since the development site is close to Strathmore Avenue. We did receive a few emails just yesterday with a number of comments, including comments about traffic along Strathmore were raised a few times. And I'll just briefly respond to the concerns, and then if you all want to discuss them anymore, we're happy to do that. So in terms of traffic, this project includes mitigation measures such as the realignment of the access road with Stillwater Avenue, which is right about here, a left-bound turn lane on Strathmore Avenue, and a traffic signal on Strathmore Avenue at the main entrance. And within the traffic analysis, all these mitigation measures have demonstrated a significant reduction in the existing traffic delays along Strathmore Avenue. And I will also mention that during the local map amendment process, the applicant did explore vehicular connections between the site and Cloister Drive, but it was determined to be infeasible due to environmental constraints and projected traffic counts on Tuckerman Lane, and all agency staff at the time did concur with the conclusion that that was not the best plan for access here. In terms of the buffer on the north side of Strathmore Avenue, these amendments do not change the approved impacts to that green buffer. There are some slight changes in the percent impacts to the critical root zones of variance trees, but those trees will be retained. And the impacts, I think, are less than 3% to each tree. In terms of stormwater, the new stormwater management facilities will improve the current state of stormwater pooling that is reported to occur in the area, and the new roads will incorporate stormwater management within the road right-of-ways. In terms of schools, there was analysis of the additional students generated by the additional houses in the staff report, and the assigned schools have adequate capacity to accommodate both the previously approved number of students and the students that would be generated by this amendment. So we do have one condition revision. You received last night a new letter from the State Highway Administration, and so we've updated the condition referring to that letter just to refer to yesterday's date. And this is preliminary plan amendment condition number 5. And so the preliminary and site plan amendments have met all the requirements in the county code, chapters 50 and 59. The project remains in conformance with the floating zone plan as amended with the site plan and all of the binding elements. And the project is supported by all applicable county agencies. The final forest conservation plan meets all the requirements of Chapter 22A and conforms to the environmental guidelines. So staff recommends approval with conditions of all 3 applications. And again, happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Tettelbaum. We'll take the applicant, if the applicant likes to make a presentation, then we'll do testimony. Okay.
Thank you. Erin Gerard with Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of the applicant EYA. I'm not going to take too much of your time, and we don't have a formal presentation, but I did just want to note that this project has been ongoing for over 3 years now. It's been vetted, and all of the issues that have been raised by the community, save one, which I'll explain in a minute, are very familiar to us. As you know, the rezoning process is very intensive. We had hearings in front of the hearing examiner. We had oral argument in front of the county council. on many of the traffic issues that were raised, and the council unanimously approved the rezoning. We then came through to the planning board for the preliminary site plan. As Emily noted, nothing has changed with regard to the median in the road, so some of the concerns are unfounded because nothing is changing in that respect. But we do have the full complement of consultants here and a number of representatives from EYA if the board has any questions. But the only other thing I wanted to hit was the new request that came in recently was for commemorative signage and statuary related to the contributions of the Academy of the Holy Cross. EYA has been working closely with both the Academy of the Holy Cross and the Sisters of the Holy Cross that previously lived in the convent. There is going to be statuary in the open space. That's, exactly what that looks like is going to be a matter of further negotiations between the sisters and EYA. And they are working very closely with the Academy on the signage that will be at the main entrance. The Academy has been very vocal about what they want there, and we are following their lead. So while other parties may think other things are appropriate, we are working closely and listening to the actual sisters and the Academy as far as what their desires are. So with that, we're happy to, like I said, answer any questions you have, but we're excited to be here. It's too bad that it took the turn that it did with the residential component not working, but we're excited to hopefully bring this to conclusion today.
Thank you very much. Why don't we have Ms. de Valadares come up? You can still stay here, and we can just pass one of the mics over to. Yeah.
Good morning.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here on behalf of the Hail Mary Pass team, alumni of the Academy of the Holy Cross, to urge Montgomery County Planning Board to recognize and commemorate the contribution of AHC and its women founders to the history, culture, and community of Montgomery County through installation of significant signage and statuary that is visible to the public from Strathmore Avenue at the principal entrance to the new residential development. This request is consistent with the spirit and letter of the Montgomery County Historic Preservation Ordinance, whose purpose is, and I'm reading from the ordinance, to preserve and enhance the quality of life in the county, safeguard the historical and cultural heritage of the county, strengthen the local economy, stabilize and preserve continued utilization and pleasure of the citizens of the county, the state, and the United States of America. It all began in 1868 with the founder's vision of an educational institution for women. In 1943, the women founders, the Sisters of the Holy Cross, purchased land on Rockville Pike, 355, and Strathmore Avenue. This is known as the Corby Estate, including the mansion now known as the Mansion at Strathmore. That mansion and the surrounding estate were the founders' base of operations. They effectively master planned a very large parcel between 355 and Strathmore Avenue. And in so doing, they facilitated the mission of your agency, which was itself created in 1927. In 1956, AHC moved to the present home from Upton Street in Washington, which is now part of Howard University. And it continues to fulfill its mission to educate young women of courage, compassion, and scholarship. With an enrollment of roughly 400, it graduates 100 students each year. This institution has been contributing to Montgomery County for over 70 years. The proposed development of 125 units will obviously change the Kensington, Garrett Park, Montgomery County landscape. We understand that, and we understand the importance of housing production, whether it's market rate or affordable housing. We understand that a landmark feature will be installed inside the subdivision, which can only enhance the desirability as a place to live. However, the public is unlikely to ever seize it because nobody goes inside of subdivisions. So it bears mention in and of itself that the iconic driveway from Strathmore Avenue that now exists, it is a beloved feature of the landscape that all alumni have recognized itself as a historic resource. Well, did some of us think about pursuing this as a historic resource in terms of historic preservation here? Well, some of us did, but nobody acted on it because the reason for inaction was the possibility that landmarking the driveway might impair the market value of the property, and none of us would want to adversely impact the school, the founders, and/or their mission. But as a consequence of the elimination of the driveway, the proposed development will also remove the monument signage at the entrance that now announces AHC's presence to the public. That signage was installed in about 2009 at a cost to the Alumni Association after a multi-year fundraising effort of $200,000. Now, the 1992 North Bethesda Garrett Park Master Plan, as amended, recognizes the Corby Estate Strathmore Hall and its 11 acres as a historic resource. It's on the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. The Garrett Park Master Plan also calls for attention to the open space at AHC, and the plan speaks to the need for coordination of expansion of the Strathmore Hall into a cultural campus as well. Today, the Music Center at Strathmore is not only a regional asset, but a world-class performing arts center. The size and scale of the AHC and founder legacy, Montgomery County, is hard to overstate. It needs to be celebrated commensurate with its contribution. We urge you to think bigger than plaque size for the benefit of the Montgomery County community. The memorial must be visible to the motorist from Strathmore Avenue. A historic plaque alone cannot convey the history and heritage to the motorist, though, and no reasonable amount of pedestrian activity in this area can be anticipated. Therefore, in consideration of the proposed sale and residential development of these lands, and in keeping with the county's historic preservation ordinance, the Hail Mary Pass team respectfully requests that the Planning Board recognize and commemorate the profound contribution of AHC and its founders to the history, culture, and community of Montgomery County through installation of significant signage and statuary that is visible to the public from Strathmore Avenue at the principal entrance to the new development. We urge the Planning Board to take the following actions. 1, direct and encourage the developer of record, EYA, to escrow $250,000 from their proceeds on the development in order to design, build, and install appropriate commemorative signage and statuary. And no monies would come from the sisters or the AHC's proceeds on the sale. And 2, if necessary, provide regulatory flexibility/relief that does not undermine safety on the siting and installation of the signage and statuary in perpetuity. We ask that the Planning Board to support the Council PHP Committee on this historic preservation request, should that be the direction of the process. Importantly, EYA's voluntary contribution for signage and sculpture would be publicly acknowledged and greatly appreciated by all concerned. It would be another marketing asset in this and future EYA residential developments in the DMV and elsewhere. EYA already has other projects in Montgomery County, and we hope that it would bring them recognition through prizes for planning and design as well. So finally, I would like to give the chairman a stack of petitions supporting this request for the record, where I'm also happy to provide a copy of this statement if you like, and happy to answer any questions you might have, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have another speaker, and I'm not sure if they're going to talk something about the similar, but then if you can just stay up there for a second, please, Roy. So we have Vanessa Liddy. Is she on? You said she's on. Miss Liddy, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Vanessa Lyde.
I'm sorry.
I live at 5013 Strathmore Avenue, and so I'm on the north side of Strathmore Avenue, facing the development. I've testified before. Among my concerns, there is a center green buffer strip that separates the homes and the access road, a separate access road, a very narrow access road on the north side of Strathmore Avenue from the main Strathmore Avenue traffic artery. Our concerns are that in creating this third lane, the proposal drifts the westbound lane, the through lane of Strathmore Avenue to the north, cuts into the buffer zone, and therefore moves traffic. We're not entirely sure how much closer it moves to our homes because we've never gotten a good estimate of how far. So that's one question, exactly how far into that buffer zone does this proposal now direct the traffic? But when we look at these plans, it looks like Strathmore Avenue on the south side bumps to the north to accommodate nice plantings and a green buffer zone there. And it does that by taking away the buffer strip that separates us from the taking part of that buffer strip away on the north side. So that really doesn't sit well with us on the north side. In addition, I want to know if there have been any noise attenuation surveys to gauge the impact of additional road noise because you propose to shift that lane to the north. For the homes on the north side of Strathmore Avenue, these are homes that are older homes. They do not have soundproof windows, soundproofing. These are homes that were built in the 1950s, and many of the residents are elderly residents. And a final point I'd like to make is that this forest conservation zone actually does extend into that center buffer strip and to the homes on the north side of the street because those are trees there are also affected. But it seems to propose to cut down all of the shrubbery and the trees in that buffer strip across from the center entrance. And I simply want to know what are the plans to restore that and to give the people on the north side some visual screen, particularly those who live directly across from the new proposed traffic light, where there will be oncoming cars, headlights at night, some visual screen. We have that now. We'd simply like to get something back.
Thank you for
Thank you.
thank you for your comment. We'll have staff or the applicant address those in in a second. The last testimony is from Arthur De Silva of Garrett Park Estates, White Flint Park Citizens Association. Mr. Silva, you have 6 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident and homeowner at 5101 Strathmore Avenue, which is on the corner with Stillwater Avenue and across the street from the proposed development. I have lived here for 16 years with my wife and 3 children, who all attend or attended Garrett Park Elementary, Tilden Middle School, and Walter Johnson High School. I'm here on behalf of the Garrett Park Estates White Flint Park Citizens Association. The GPE WFP represents the families and residents of more than 650 homes. Our single-family homes are adjacent to the proposed development of 4910, 4920 Strathmore Avenue. I also want to take a brief moment to recognize and support my neighbor and GPE WFP member Vanessa Lyde with her testimony and concern on the reduction of the existing vegetated median, which goes against the promise made at previous planning board meetings. I have 2 main concerns to speak to today, traffic management and stormwater management. It would help the planning board to look at a map of the area as I discuss these, so hopefully you have one in front of you, or if Ms. Tannenbaum can show one, that would be very helpful. I testified here before the planning board during the public hearing for this site just over a year ago, as well as 2 years ago. My neighbors and I highlighted many concerns with this development, but the main one had to do with traffic. Strathmore Avenue, which is Maryland State Route 547, is a key east-west connection between Rockville Pike and Connecticut Avenue, despite being only a 2-lane state road. It sees particularly heavy traffic during AM and PM peak hours, given the presence of 4 schools in the half-mile stretch of this road that coincides with this development. And that's in addition to the normal rush hour traffic, which has become heavier as fewer people take public transit. In fact, the Maryland SHA agreed with our conclusion that there were issues with the traffic analysis commissioned by the developers and requested additional studies. They rightly concluded that this development as currently planned would result in, quote, unacceptable delay in queuing on Strathmore Avenue. To mitigate this traffic problem, I suggest 2 solutions. One, to build a separate entrance to the Academy of the Holy Cross from Tuckerman Lane, and 2, to install a traffic light at the intersection of Strathmore Avenue, Stillwater Avenue, and the planned western entrance, Chambers Street. So in a separate location than the one that's currently proposed. The first and best solution for relieving traffic on Strathmore Avenue during these peak periods would be to divert all the traffic associated with the Academy of the Holy Cross away from Strathmore Avenue by building a road connection to the Academy from Tuckerman Lane. Tuckerman Lane is a 4-lane road with very little traffic and is much better suited to handle peak school traffic time. School time traffic. It's a win-win for everyone involved. The Academy wouldn't have to fund the crossing guard every day on Strathmore Avenue and would have a private entrance to their school which they could secure, unlike the current one going through the new residential community. And it would even allow for this signage and statuary that this other person testifying is requesting for. The residents of the new development would also benefit by not having school traffic going through their neighborhood during peak hours every day, and the county would benefit by having less congestion and traffic on an important east-west artery during rush hour. The developers are against this solution since it would be costly to them. They have hidden behind the excuse that it would have an environmental impact, and I think that's an excuse that the planning department has facilitated. Since the Stony Brook community has already built a bridge over the same creek at Cloister Drive, I don't really see any issues with building another bridge over it for the school. The second solution would be to install a new traffic light. The Maryland SHA stated that adding a stoplight at the center entrance of the development with a westbound left turn lane into the development from Strathmore Avenue is a requirement for this development to address the, quote, unacceptable delay in queuing. The concern I and my neighbors have with the solution is that it would prevent residents in Garrett Park Estates from exiting our neighborhood to go east on Strathmore Avenue. So on the map that's in front of you right now, Strathmore Avenue is on the top left there. And if you want to turn left and go east, so to the right, that would be impossible given all the traffic. We already have great difficulty to make a left turn onto Strathmore Avenue from Stillwater or Flanders Avenue to go east during peak traffic periods, and the added congestion caused by the traffic light could make it impossible to exit our neighborhood. Stillwater and Flanders Avenues are the only roads we can use to exit our neighborhood to go east. Our preferred placement for the traffic light is at Stillwater Avenue and the planned west entrance of the development, Chambers Street. I urge the planning board to consider this configuration. Another advantage to placing the stoplight at this intersection of Strathmore and Stillwater Avenues is that it would improve pedestrian safety at the intersection. This is a very dangerous crossing for pedestrians since there is no pedestrian crossing light. It's especially dangerous at night since it's a very poorly lit intersection. I've almost been hit by a car at this intersection myself. The pedestrian crossing sign has been run over several times. I have witnessed multiple car crashes at this intersection in the years I have lived here. Therefore, I again urge the planning board to place the stoplight at the intersection of Strathmore and Stillwater Avenues and the new western entrance of the development, Chambers Street, instead of at Strathmore Avenue and the center entrance of the development, Academy Park Drive. My second main concern with this
What-
development.
Sir, you've exceeded your time. You have, take 30 more seconds and let's wrap up.
Yeah, that's all I need. Actually, probably just a minute. I'm almost done. So my second main concern with this development is stormwater management. The intersection of Strathmore and Stillwater Avenue is a topographic low point for this area. And as an aside, I would posit that it's not a coincidence that one of the streets is Stillwater Avenue. And because the creek that crosses under Strathmore Avenue is clogged, water frequently puddles and floods on the access road at this intersection in front of my house, even after light rains. In reviewing the plans for this new development, I noticed that where the undeveloped land is currently flat and below the height of Strathmore Avenue, the new development will be raised up to a height above Strathmore Avenue, and the western entrance road, Chambers Street, will slope down to Strathmore Avenue. This means that a huge new amount of water will flow towards Strathmore Avenue at this low point that already frequently floods. Flooding on Strathmore Avenue would close traffic on this vital east-west artery, not just to cars, but to emergency vehicles, with life-threatening consequences. My 82-year-old neighbor, George, is especially concerned that emergency vehicles may be unable to get to him in an emergency following a heavy rainstorm. I urge the county to ensure that stormwater from this development doesn't drain towards Strathmore Avenue, but instead drains downstream south of Strathmore Avenue. So, just to conclude, in summary, I urge you to address the traffic.
Sir, you've exceeded. Yeah, we understand the 2 points you were making, so I appreciate your time. Okay.
3 points.
Yeah, 3 points. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's.
Would you like me to summarize it and
No,
conclude,
we're-
since
we're-
you seem confused with the 3 points?
We're good, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank
so-
you for your consideration.
Thank you. So let's go through the comments of these three. Well, let's start with the traffic and stormwater management. It appears that nothing has changed. I mean, essentially on that side of the street. Then, I mean, from the old plan to this plan. So why don't you just go through? There was a traffic study. Nothing even essentially changed from the traffic study. So why don't you go through these and let's just tick them off, and so we can move forward.
Sure. For the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Reviewer for Mid-County. You're correct. In terms of what's changed between the plans, it is just the change in use, removing that senior living component and the addition of additional single or detached homes and townhomes. Actually, I'll also note that change actually reduced the number of the amount of trip generation and therefore traffic associated with the development. But in terms of the what was discussed on the north side of Strathmore, that is consistent with what was previously approved. That has not changed.
Okay, thank you. And then the stormwater management plan, has that plan changed at all?
The plan has been revised to account for the change in land use. It has been approved by the Department of Permitting Services and to contain as much water as possible on site. I believe we do have someone from the DPS stormwater team on the team's call if you'd like to hear from him. But there are extensive stormwater management facilities planned for the project.
And I saw in the documentation that the stormwater management was approved.
Yes, the stormwater management concept has been approved.
If I could just address that one point, I wanted to note, as I said, many of these issues have been hashed and rehashed. In the staff report for the original site and preliminary plan approval, this was specifically addressed. There's actually 1.5 acres that currently that sheet flows onto Strathmore that's creating the issues that you heard about that will now be captured on site. So we will actually be significantly reducing the amount of drainage that goes onto Strathmore that was in the previous staff report that was recognized by the last board when they approved it originally. So I just wanted to know that.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I want to just check off what's, because I know it sounds like some of these issues were the same comments as the prior approval. So let's go, I'm good with that. And then there about the noise studies. There were noise studies done before, and I saw that that was good. The piece about the buffer, could you, they talked about this buffer that on the north side that was going to be changed, or could you
Right,
go through
it's
that?
not. I don't know where that's coming from. There was no changes proposed to that buffer. There is like a 1 to 2 foot sliver for a little distance that, or again, as part of the original approval, is taken for that to create a turn lane. But there's no removing of vegetation. What is proposed right now is the exact same that was proposed, or that was approved by the board.
I believe there is one tree that's going to be removed on the buffer, but it's not a variance tree, and that was also shown on the original approval. So I just wanted to note that while there are very minor changes to the buffer from as it exists now, there are no changes from the prior approval to the buffer.
Okay, and then, I'm good with those, unless anyone else has any questions or comments, and then we could talk about this. And then lastly, I want to talk about the statue and, the commemorative, okay.
I just want to address the pedestrian access real quick. And I understand that there's a side path that runs through the HOA that's to the west, which I believe is Symphony Townhomes. What levers do we have to encourage them to allow access to that side path, given that is a side path and pedestrian access is supposedly important? What, if any, levers do we have to encourage them to allow access to that side path through the site, further south toward the metro station?
So it is publicly accessible now. It opens directly onto the sidewalk.
I understand, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm saying that the sidewalk goes up north the site. There's plenty of homes that are down south. If there was an access through the site, it would allow easier access to the pedestrian path and easier access to the metro station. I'm saying through the site itself.
I see.
And I believe that when you commented, you were saying that the HOA had resisted that. And I'm
Right.
asking what levers, if any, do we have to encourage them to allow access to that site path through the current site?
At this point, I don't think we really have any leverage
Okay.
right now. It's already been approved and built, and I'm not sure there's much we can do. And as mentioned, the applicant had tried working with them.
I just find that we encourage these pedestrian
We do.
accessories and the access to mass transit, the access to pedestrian facilities,
Absolutely.
and then we allow private HOA to deny access to people that are right next to it that would allow safer and encourage pedestrian access. I think it would encourage us in the future to find ways to put conditions or what have you into the approvals that allow that kind of access to those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and again, this path now does provide access for people. The problem is getting across this stream onto the private property.
Yeah, that's what
So,
mean.
yeah,
It would be
and-
easier if the plan could include access to that does not include going up to Strathmore and coming
Yeah,
back
it would
around.
help if it wasn't privately owned, unfortunately. We would have a lot more leverage, but since it's a private HOA parcel, there's not much we can do at this point.
Okay, just something to think about for the
Yeah,
future. Otherwise,
definitely.
it's fun.
And I know the applicant will do everything they can, I'm sure, to continue to try to get that some access point if possible. But we can't force it, but it would be great that, as you said, if we had that access point. And then let's talk about, unless the board has any other comments.
I
let's
do
talk-
have some comments.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. I really appreciate EYA. I'm very familiar with some of their projects in Silver Spring and how they incorporated housing into existing communities and took in consideration the community's input with regard to historical value. I think especially of the project on Seminary Road and the architectural design and the acknowledgement of the history and the architectural design and incorporating housing with regards to the history of the Seminary Road project. And I also think there's a project near the previous downtown Silver Spring older library in a park, and then I think there's a community behind that also. And I think there was an old historic school there, and they took advantage of the history of that school and incorporated design with regards to that. Ms. de Valadares points out the history of the school and the need to acknowledge the history of the school and the land there. And so me looking at the outstanding award-winning design of EYA with regards to the downtown Silver Spring project, I find it interesting that there wasn't the same initiative taken with regards to the history, provenance of the school, and the added historical value it might add to the project. With regards to signage and monuments, I don't know if this board or any other institution has the power to enforce signage or implementation of statutes and monuments, and it's just curious to me that EYA didn't do it when it seems as though they've done it in other projects. EYA does an outstanding job in development and providing new housing opportunities for people, and I think, the balance between both leaves me with other questions that might not be able to be addressed here today. When I look at the project also, I was chatting with my colleague with regards to access, and then quite learned Dr. Hedrick pointed out that there needs to be access from the community to the metro. And then if there was more access via the community to the metro, and there was something we could do, Ms. Tettelbaum, to enforce it or make it a condition mandatory to have that, I think it would be quite effective in addressing the concerns that Mr. De Silva pointed out with regards to traffic. I am familiar with that road because I had the opportunity to use it to travel to events at Georgetown Prep. And my main concern with regards to this is the additional traffic that will translate at the intersection of Strathmore and Rockville Pike. I only had the fortunate opportunity to travel on this road during the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, going to athletic events at Georgetown Prep again, and I thought the traffic there was horrific, and I could only imagine what it would be like during a regular workaday schedule, commute in the morning and commute in the evening. And so I know you say these things have already been addressed. I wasn't part of the board at the time they were addressed, nor was I privy to any community comments with regards to their concerns. But the concerns that they bring up now, I'm only slightly familiar with as a commuter, but I think it's something that, I take to heart when looking at this. And then when I balance the equities, the need of the new housing, and the need of the communities, I think that both need to be well balanced. And, I'd always like to hear from the developer and their council and their team with regards to the community concerns, even though they have been vetted and or alleviated and approved. I have not heard anything from them with regards to that. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay. Well, here's the applicant here. You can.
Sure. Just briefly touch on those points. As far as EYA in the commemoration, thank you for acknowledging that they are very thoughtful. I mean, I think they have a reputation as being a top shelf, very thoughtful developer. And they have, in this case, like I said, that is baked into their contract, that they are going to work and have been working with the Academy of the Holy Cross and the Sisters on commemoration. There will be a statue, there will be a plaque, there will be monument signage, and that's all being dictated by the entities being commemorated. So I just want to reemphasize that they are being thoughtful and they are listening to those parties as far as how they should be commemorated. On traffic, we do have Katie Wagner here, the traffic consultant for the project, but I just want to emphasize again that this has been fully vetted with SHA and MCDOT through multiple reviews, multiple processes. We talked about it at the rezoning, we talked about it again at the preliminary plan. Actually, the situation out there will be improved with this redevelopment because there will be a signal added and a left turn lane added. So, and we can go into as much detail as you want on that, although I would emphasize again that this project is reducing traffic from the
Right.
previous approval. But if you want to go into that level of detail, we're happy to do it, but it actually will improve the situation in a lot of respects.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in with that, that when we were doing our analysis, we worked with SHA, we worked with MCDOT, multiple iterations of the traffic study where we did it under the 2016-2020 subdivision staging policy, and then redid our traffic study under the new GIP. So that new study really also looked at how this was going to be a transit-oriented residential development. The project is committed to over $1 million in off-site improvements, and so we're really focused on providing better pedestrian transit connections. There's a commitment for a side path to the east of the site that we're really working with MCDOT and SHA to get that implemented. And so, as Aaron stated, the traffic signal is also supposed to help with traffic getting in and out of the schools, that a lot of those traffic issues that were raised are because of the school traffic. And we all know at schools there is that heavy rush of traffic during those time periods. And so the traffic signal facilitating the left turns into the site, getting them out of that through traffic will also significantly help operations on Strathmore Avenue. And so we do have full support of SHA, of MCDOT, having reviewed all of the iterations of the traffic studies that were prepared for the project.
I just had one point to add, Carrie Sanders for the record, Chief of Mid-County Planning, to Commissioner Hedrick's point as well as Commissioner Bartley regarding the asphalt path shown on the screen in orange here. Absolutely, when development comes through, we want to make sure we get those connections. This asphalt path it's on private property and it's not before you today, so we can't do that today, but we did want to assure the board that just as recent projects that have come before you in the last few months, we've actually required those connections to happen as part of a condition. 111 East Jefferson, as an example, up in North Bethesda area, had a similar condition like this, and we required that connection. So we're very cognizant. This project with the asphalt path came in quite some time ago, many, many years ago, and was constructed. But we wanted you to know that we are looking at those things, and we're making sure that we make those connections.
Yeah, thank you. About any future project doing that. Just out of curiosity, is there a way that it's someone that's on the Academy of the Holy Cross, even though is there a way to get to Tuckerman Lane, even if it's not an illegal path? I mean, is there a
I
way?
can address that just because I think I might know these facts a little bit more, having been through this, but the students actually do have a footpath.
Mm-hmm.
It's unofficial that they use to get to the metro. And we had talked to the school about that, but again, the school does not want the general public
Right.
traversing their site for safety reasons. But
Okay.
the girls do have a way to get there along Cloister. That's kind of just a handshake deal with that development.
Okay, great. And let's go back to the signage so I understand. So right now, there is a request to have something out on Strathmore versus having it into the public area. I mean, could you just so I can just understand?
Right. So what EY is currently proposing in coordination with the sisters and the school is there will be a monument sign at the main entrance to the development, right along that main drive. Yep, where the icon is pointing. We're working with both the academy and the fire marshal on that. The fire marshal has certain requirements about what can be on the sign, and so that's literally going on as we speak. The monument signage that's currently out on the main entrance for the school is going to be moved internal to the site. It's kind of off this page, but there's going to be a cul-de-sac that's at the bottom of your screen right now, that it will now be the main entrance to the school. We're exploring moving the signage there. Again, we have to deal with the fire marshal and the truck turning radius as to where that can go. So that's for the school, and as far as the sisters, within the big open space, there will be a statue and some commemorative plaque or signage to recognize the contribution of the sisters. I think what's being requested is additional statues out on Strathmore Avenue, and that's something, frankly, we had a conversation with the head of school recently about. That's not something the school itself is interested in, so we're kind of stuck.
Okay, so to understand, monument on Strathmore Avenue saying, if you can.
Academy of the Holy Cross.
Academy of the Holy Cross. And then when you get into this cul-de-sac, there will be some more signage
Some more
about your ride.
That will mimic, and I think it's being discussed whether it's better to move what's existing or whether to recreate it, but it will be the same signage that you see out on Strathmore Avenue. So it will evoke that historic sense that people are used to of their main entrance.
Right. And then there was question, could there be something about more history of the site? And that's going to be in the sort of in the
The open space right there.
open space,
Yep,
right?
where the
And maybe even, I know Ms. Bajo's there. I mean, we're talking into some other projects there. You know, there could be this maybe like this QR thingy out on the in that on the main drag that could you pick up on the QR thing. It tells history and stuff like that, and it could maybe tell you go inside. There's more and stuff like that. But I'm just throwing. There are ways, more and more ways today to commemorate. History is important, as we have a historic preservation group, and yes, we're all about commemorating history. So I have no further questions. I think this is a beautiful project, and you worked very, very hard on this. We are all about housing, accelerating housing in the county. There's a lot of open space, green space here. I know you worked on getting this any connections you can. I mean, what you said you would do. So, if there are no questions and comments, is there a motion to?
Yeah, I move that we approve preliminary plan amendment number 1, 2022-016A, site plan amendment number 8, 2022-022A, and the forest conservation plan F, 2024-0120.
So do we?
Can we do all those together, or do I need to separate out?
We separate the.
I would love it if you would do them separately.
I will amend my motion. Motion that we approve preliminary plan amendment number 1, 2022-016A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0.
Move that we approve site plan amendment number 8, 2022-022A.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0.
Yeah. And then move that we approve forest conservation plan number F, 2024-0120.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. We're going to take we can take a 15-minute break or 10-minute break. How are we doing for time? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back with item number 8, overview of the MPDU program and 15% moderately priced dwelling unit requirement designation, where staff is recommending transmit designation of the planning areas to the county council. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, overview of the MPDU program and 15% moderately priced dwelling unit requirement designation, where staff is recommending transmitting the report of the planning areas to the county council. This morning, we have Ms. Lisa Gavoni to present the overview. Thank you, Ms. Gavoni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. For the record, Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy. I also want to recognize that we have DHC staff on the line. We have Summer Cross, who's the Chief of Housing, and Maggie Gallagher, who does a lot of the development review for DHCA. Just to give a quick overview of the agenda today. So we're going to talk a little bit, we're going to take a step back and talk about affordable programs that exist in the county to kind of give some context to a lot of what we've been talking here with the board about housing production and affordable housing. We're going to look at some data. I think if you know me by now, you know I love good data to incorporate into the presentation. And then we're going to talk about the MPDU program. And then we're going to talk about how things get designated as a 15% MPD requirement as compared to the 12.5%. So let's first talk about the programs. So one thing I want you to take away from this presentation is that the county has a lot of affordable housing programs. That there's a variety of programs and tools that we use to create affordable units. And so we're going to kind of walk through each one of them one by one. So first we want to talk about the lower income households and what programs serve 50% or less AMI, which is about $75,000 for a family of 4. And generally, we only meet the needs of the lower income households with financial subsidies. They're the hardest population to reach. It requires deep subsidy to meet the needs of this population. And not surprisingly, us, like many other high-cost jurisdictions, we have a significant mismatch that exists between the supply of affordable rental housing available and the number of households that need it, especially at 50% AMI or lower. And this is not, unusual to Montgomery County. This is something that exists nationwide. So first, the primary vehicle for rental assistance is the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and that's administered by our housing authority, HOC. HOC administers around 7,000 vouchers, which provide a rent subsidy to clients so they can afford safe and quality housing in the county. The subsidy is based on the payment standard set by HOC, and the client pays no more than 40% of their income. There are 2 main type of vouchers, the project-based and the tenant-based. Project-based vouchers are assigned to specific buildings, and clients must reside in that building to receive assistance. And families with tenant-based can use their assistance in any home or private residence that meets the household requirements and standards. In general, the family's income may not exceed 50% AMI. And we're going to talk a lot about the MPDU program today, but I do want to note that about 1/3 of MPDUs do serve households under 50% AMI, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. And then lastly, there's federal agencies that provide essential funds to the county programs for the construction, acquisition, and renovation of housing for special needs populations and lower income. This includes Community Development Block Grants, the Federal Home Investment Partnership, HUD 202 Supportive Housing, and HUD 811 for supportive housing. And next, let's talk about the moderate income household. So like I said, we're going to talk a lot about the MPDU program, but in general, it's our inclusionary zoning program that serves households at 65 to 70% AMI. And another tool that we have to meet the needs is rental agreements. They are often used in county with conjunction with landlords and multifamily properties to assist in the preservation of affordable housing units in the county. And in many cases, such agreements are entered in voluntarily between existing tenants and property owners to address specific rent increases. And recently, we've actually been using rental agreements as a tool in a lot of our master plans, notably Littonsville, Forest Glen, Montgomery Hills, and Veers Mill, to address the loss of naturally occurring affordable housing in redevelopment. Often, property owners are given more density, and in redevelopment, they are allowed to they have to cap rents at 80% AMI or below for 30 years. And then there's also projects financed by the HIF. The HIF is the county's housing trust fund, and the HIF can help create and preserve affordable housing, especially in regards to preserving MPDUs near expiration. And then finally, the low-income housing tax credit, or LIHTC, is a federally funded and state-administered tax credit that can help cover development costs of building affordable housing. Nationally, it's the biggest and most important resource for creating affordable housing in the country, and the 9% LIHTC is awarded on a competitive basis to nonprofit and for-profit sponsors for eligible projects, and awards are based on the criteria outlined in the state's Qualified Allocation Plan, or QAP. And then, given the high cost of living in Montgomery County, the county also has a workforce housing program, which serves households between 70 and 120% of area median income, which is about $90,000 to $150,000 for a family of four. The workforce housing program is an optional voluntary program used by private developers, and the county often requires workforce housing units as a condition for development related to the use of county-owned land for housing. The workforce housing program also helps increase the availability of housing in the county for public employees and other workers whose income cannot support the high cost of housing that is located close to the workplace. We also have down payment and homeownership programs through both the county and HOC that can help make homeownership a reality in Montgomery County. We also have naturally occurring affordable housing. While not part of any affordable housing program, it's still an important housing resource to many in the county. This is generally, we define naturally occurring affordable housing as units that are affordable to households earning 80% of AMI or below. And these units are typically found in older buildings. They're less amenitized, and they are not income restricted, and they're not defined in Montgomery County Code. So let's talk a little bit about the numbers. So I want to put, this is a little bit old at this point, and we're working on updating, but I think it provides a great context at looking at our rental housing supply. Income restricted units make up 40% of Montgomery County's units under 65% AMI, and 1 out of every 5 units in the rental supply is income restricted. And this number does not include vouchers or rental agreements, so this number, it's a little bit higher. So the reality is that, through the work of DHA and us, we have a lot of affordable housing. We obviously need more, but we have a lot of programs and tools that we are using to create affordable housing. And regionally and nationally, when we compare the number of affordable housing units, we're pretty favorable. For most jurisdictions, their naturally occurring affordable housing is most of their affordable housing supply. And that's true to an extent here, but not to the extreme that it is for most other jurisdictions. And then overall, the county has actually been gaining income-restricted rental housing at a faster rate than it's being lost. Most of the units that are being lost are Section 8 units within larger market rate properties, while most of being built are moderately priced dwelling units. So there's a little bit of mismatch between what we're losing and what we're gaining in terms of AMI. But since 2000, over 5,000 deed-restricted units have been added to the county's inventory. And this is really due to the lot of work of DHCA. The county, in 2000, the county began to implement, aggressive preservation strategies for the subsidized rental housing that was at risk of being lost. And a series of tools and policies have been used often in tandem over the years to effectively preserve subsidized rental housing. And these efforts have preserved over 2,000 units in the county. So we already have a strong foundation of preservation, and a lot of the work that we're doing with DHA is looking at ways to build upon that. So the vast majority of income-restricted housing units in the county are from the low-income housing tax credit program, but since 2000, we're actually seeing a switch. So we're seeing most of our income-restricted units that are being built are through the MPDUs. We mentioned LIHTC a little bit early. It's the primary vehicle to create the majority of affordable housing in most of the county, and most of the affordable units that have been built are through LIHTC. But it's important, I think, to know the success of that Montgomery County has in building affordable units outside of the state and federal programs through the MPDU program. But the reason for the decline in the LIHTC production is, shifting QAP priorities. I think that we all know that we're not as competitive as we would like to be for the 9% competitive. And another important thing to note is that, also in the 2000s, we started to see a shift in what type of MPDUs we're getting. So it was dominated by the for sale MPDUs, and now we're seeing obviously more rental MPDUs. And I think that this also highlights the importance of production as an affordable housing strategies. We are getting those new units and those new MPDUs that are helping us keep on pace because of new development, because they are a condition of new development. And then finally, in terms of data, more than 1/3 of the total deed restricted inventory was built in the 1960s and 1970s. That's making them, 40, 50, 60 years old. And as the inventory begins to age, maintenance and repair will become increasingly critical for the older units to remain a viable part of the housing stock. I think that we also know, working on recent master plans, this will also become an equation, and something that is going to have an increasing focus in our master plans is what do we do with these aging units that are important parts of our housing resources but are beginning to get to the end of their useful life.
Can I ask a quick question for the,
Sure.
and this may be more, relevant. Anyone who is aware of the answer, please chime in, including the housing historian. But what was the reason for the boom in the 70s? That was, was that sort of when, for example, the LIHTC program really kicked into gear and was, I know that the 70s was a time of kind of more government funding in general, so I'm not sure if that contributed to it. But does anyone know what happened specifically in that decade?
MPDU program started in the 70s, didn't it, or when?
The program started in the 70s, but the peak of the MPD production was actually the 80s, I believe. But I'm not actually quite sure for why the boom happened, but I can dig into that a little deeper and try to figure that out.
Yeah, LIHTC was late 70s, wasn't it?
It was 80 something was the
It was put in one of the one of the tax bills. Maybe it was 80, yeah.
mid-
But it was later than, it was slightly later than the production wouldn't have come online until after that LIHTC. So the 70s, I imagine, would be, there was significant investment with HUD, it was just post-urban renewal. There was a lot of construction through FHA. I imagine some of that has to do with that, but on a particular note, I'm not exactly sure why that would have peaked specifically then.
That's a good question. I think that I can dig into that and see if I can find out the answer for you.
Can I have one quick question on the,
Sure.
So this is not specifically just the LIHTC programs here. This is just all deed restricted and subsidized housing.
Correct.
What concern, if any, do we have of our tax credit produced housing that is rolling out of the program soon? I don't know how much of the production would be on the 30-year lifespan of the LIHTC or what have you. Do we have any concern about any of the older ones rolling out of income restriction? Any of the tax credit units?
Can you repeat I didn't miss the first part of your question.
The tax credit units, how much concern do we have about them rolling out of the program, out of subsidy, out of the tax credit program? Since I don't see a lot of production within sort of the 90s, but some of the 2000s might be reaching the end of their tax credit restrictions.
Sure. So I think that's a great question, and that's one of the impetuses that we did the preservation of affordable housing study in 2018 is kind of to identify tools that could help preserve these units as they are rolling out. I know GHCA, who's on the line, they can feel free to chime in. Has pretty aggressive preservation strategies. Using housing trust fund and their new preservation fund can help really extend the life of these units.
I thought it was either that was going to be an answer, or the next slide will be which is often how you guys.
Maybe Summer.
Thank you.
Maybe Summer has a answer, but I also think by working in affordable housing, so the state everyone's gotten smarter. First, they were the tax credit was a 15-year restriction, and then they tacked on another 25. About 10 years ago, so that it would be 40, and then I know maybe the county. Or others are going to some of their funds are 99 years. So I think that we're getting smarter about having this larger extended use period. So, and most nonprofits too, at the end of their 15-year period, they're refinancing and re-syndicating, and then it starts that whole process again, 15 plus 25 and plus.
Yeah, and it was exactly. They've extended it. I just was wondering about some of the older properties that haven't had that process or haven't gone through the refinance with, to extend their period. If we've got any information on how significant a portion of that that is. But I was just, I was curious if we had that. We'll talk about it now.
It's also
I
returning.
would add, yeah, I'm sorry. First, I have to apologize for my voice. I'm home sick with COVID. So everything that you all said, that is true. I don't have actual data available to say how many LIHTCs are rolling out, but I would say another thing that's helped is in 2004 when they changed the control period for MPDUs from 30 years to 99 years. Those additional years will be added after the LIHTC expires for the units that are designated as MPDUs, and that will help maintain affordability. But Lisa has a slide coming up about that.
Okay, so just to clarify, the MPDU control period is then additive with whatever other control subsidy exists on the unit, the LIHTC particularly.
Yes, for the number of units that were required under the MPDU program.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
Right, even LIHTC projects have an MPD requirement, that's still part of it, so they're, required a minimum of those units to be controlled for 99 years. Next, we're going to talk about an overview of the MPDU program. So I think we all know that the MPDU program is one of Montgomery County's successes in housing policy. It's one of the primary affordable housing tools that we have, and one of the biggest tools that we have leverage with at the planning department. I think you know that we don't exactly have say over who gets a tax credit or who gets financing from the HIF, but we have, Chapter 25A does allow us to set master plan requirements and site-specific requirements for MPDUs. So the MPDU law was enacted in 1974 with the aim of furthering the objective of providing a full range of housing choices for all income, ages, and households. And the law imposes requirements on the construction of affordable, moderate price housing to meet the existing and anticipated need for moderate income housing. The MPDU program is an inclusionary zoning program. The number and location of MPDUs are established during the land use and zoning approvals of a new construction development and the preliminary plan of subdivision, which is subject to the planning board's approval. The MPDU law requires 12.5% to 15% of all new units and developments over 20 units to be available to moderate income households. And the program provides optional incentives to increases in bonus density and other things to help offset the construction to encourage the production of more MPDUs. As we mentioned earlier, the control period for MPDUs is 99 years for rental and 30 years for sale. And that 30 years, if they were to sell it during the control period, would restart with the next owner. And the MPDU and sales program, they're run pretty differently. Rental rates are based on income at level administered by the leasing offices and require annual recertification by tenants for the life of their tenancy. And sales prices are based on construction costs, and they maintain a deeper affordability. They're administered by the MPDU office, and once purchased, do not require any future income certification. Currently, the program serves households earning up to 65% for garden-style multifamily or up to 70% for sale and high-rise multifamily of area median income. And a household must have a minimum income of $40,000 to qualify for a mortgage loan of at least $150,000 and have savings for a down payment and closing costs to purchase an MPDU. The MPD program has been very successful. It's probably the most successful program in the country. We've produced over 16,000 total MPDUs, and at this time, there's about 8,000 that are under control period, either through homeownership MPDUs, rental MPDUs, or they're owned by HOC or other nonprofits. So for properties or projects providing less than 20 units, because the MPD program, the requirement on site is 20 units or more, MPDs, they're not required on site, but a payment must be made to the county's housing trust fund, the HIF, per county code. And currently the amount of payment required to the HIF for sale is equal to 0.5% of the purchase price for each dwelling unit, and the amount is collected at the settlement of each unit and forwarded to the county within 3 days. The developer or builder must execute 2 agreements with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The first is an agreement to build moderately priced dwelling units, and this agreement must be executed before building permits will be issued by DPS. And the second is an offering agreement, which is submitted to DHCA once the developer or builder is ready to make the MPDUs available for sale or rent. So there's been a lot said about alternative agreements and what they can and cannot do, but I think the code is very clear that first, every effort must be made to provide the required number of MPDUs on site. If there are circumstances where the development proposed cannot accommodate the required number of MPDUs in the same location, the developer needs to contact DHCA to propose an alternate payment or alternate location agreement, and these agreements are authorized at the discretion of DHCA, which makes no guarantees that they will be approved. Alternate payment agreements are only available for sale developments. No alternative agreement may be entered into a rental development. And to pursue an alternative payment agreement, the developer must demonstrate that it is infeasible to provide the MPDUs on site, and that the alternative payment amount must comply with Chapter 25A of the County Code, which requires a payment equal to 3% of the sales price of each market rate unit in the development. Oh, sorry. And then alternative location agreements are only available for high-rise buildings, 5 stories or more, but may be applied for either for sale or rental developments.
So you said 3% of the sales price of each unit that would have?
Yes.
Okay, so if it were, that unit would have been a market rate, if say it was 500,000 and you would pay 3% of that as the alternative payment? Okay.
Just a quick question. And I swear if this is on the next slide, you can just tell me to hush. Do we have an idea of how many alternative agreements that the DHCA has actually approved over the last X amount of time? It doesn't seem to me that that's a particularly common.
There is an MPD report that the Department of Housing and Community Affairs fills out that has that information.
Okay,
and
cool.
You're right. I can send it along. There's been very few. I think that, like I said at the beginning, every effort to be made to provide these units on site, and there is usually, we want these units and we want them to be built.
And we want them in there, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just curious. Thank you. That'd be great.
So there are a lot of incentives for building additional MPDUs. The first and most commonly used incentive is bonus density. And the bonus density system is a 3-tiered bonus density system that I'm not going to get into the equation, but basically if you build 15%, you can get a 22% bonus density. And if you build 25%, you can get a 35% bonus density. And it's uncapped. So if you were to build a 100% MPDU building, you could get 110% bonus density. You can also get additional height to accommodate the additional MPDUs to need, and that the height limit of the applicable zone and master plan does not apply to the extent required to provide the MPDUs. There's also public benefit points that are currently outlined, so projects can get 12 points for every 1% of MPDUs greater than 12.5%. And if a project provides 20% MPDUs or more, the developer is not required to provide any other category of public benefit points in the CR and employment zones. And then there's impact tax discounts and waivers if you provide more than 25% MPDUs. If a project provides 25% MPDUs, the applicable school and transportation impact taxes are discounted by the amount equivalent to the lowest standard impact tax in the county for the applicable dwelling type. So if we have, the red policy areas on transportation and the infill and turnover on school impact. So if generally those are the lowest, the red and the infill, so you would get that amount discounted if you were building in the turnover or the other transportation policy areas like yellow or orange. So next, we're getting into the home stretch. We're going to talk about what a 15% MPD requirement looks like. So we mentioned earlier that the county has a minimum MPD requirement of 12.5%, but there are several circumstances where 15% may be required. First is a master plan requirement. We mentioned earlier that Chapter 25A allows the Council and the Planning Board to establish a higher base requirement as part of a master plan approval. There's also overlay zones, like the Bethesda overlay zone, where an overlay zone is a zone mapped over the underlying base zone that modifies the requirement of the underlying zone. And so the intent of an overlay zone is basically to provide requirements and standards that are necessary to achieve the planning goals and objectives for development or redevelopment of an area. So in Bethesda, when we had the overlay zone, it was very important to have a higher percentage of MPDUs there. There's also, and we're going to talk about this in detail in a couple of slides, but we have something called high-income planning areas. And so if a minimum of 15% MPDUs is required for developments in planning areas that are designated by the planning board, which have at least 45% of the acreage in that planning area, has a high income of 150% of the countywide median household income. And there's also optional, there are a lot of times, as you've probably seen, that applicants will provide 15% or more to receive those incentives, whether it's bonus density, additional height, or impact tax waivers. And so next, in 2018, Bill 3817 was passed by the Montgomery County Council, and it created a 15% MPD requirement for any planning area that's designated by the planning board in which 45% of the census tract's acreage have a median household income, at least 150% of the countywide median income, and we'll walk through what that looks like. So using the 5-year ACS, Montgomery County had a median household income of about $126,000. And so a 50% increase over that is about $63,000, making $188,375, 150% of the median. So the total area of all the census tracts that are assigned to that planning area with a median income over $188,375 is divided by the total area of all the census tracts assigned to that planning area. And there was an attachment to your staff report if you wanted to see the work of what that looks like. So 45% of the census tract's acreage assigned to that planning area has a median income higher than $188,375. That planning area is designated to have a 15% MPD requirement. So in 2024, the planning areas with a 15% requirement include Bethesda, Chevy Chase, Darnestown, Lower Seneca, North Bethesda, Potomac, and Travilla. Poolesville dropped out this year, so last year it had a 15% requirement, and this year it did not. In addition, there are 15% MPD requirements in both the Bethesda Downtown Plan and the Silver Spring and Adjacent Communities Plan. And I think that's it, if there's any questions.
So, thank you for this very comprehensive overview, teaching us more about the MPDUs and as well as this 15% MPDU designation. Question: we transmit this every year, you said, and then so the projects that are approved in that year have to. Is there a reason why it's yearly, not in every 2 years, 3 years?
That was the requirement of the council member. I think, Director Sartori and I have talked about, every year there's a little bit of issues, things fall out, things fall in, there's, subtle changes to the planning areas that kind of make implementation a little bit difficult,
right.
Especially for communicating this to the regulatory supervisors and team every year that this has changed. Poolesville no longer has a requirement this year. Potomac does. It makes it more difficult, but those are the rules that were given to us by the council.
What would you think would be a reasonable time frame?
I think bi-yearly probably makes, not by every 2 years.
Yeah, for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. Yeah, as Ms. Cavoni mentioned, we've talked about this. That there's also a level of uncertainty that this provides because the timing of when the data become available for us to be able to assess it, and so you could see this has technically been in effect for 18 days already, and we're just now being able to kind of share this information. So it's in an ideal world, there would probably be some modifications to this requirement to maybe do it on a biannual basis so that there's a little bit more stability and certainty for developers knowing if they're building in a particular area where they're going to have to, whether their minimum is 12.5% or 15%, and then maybe give some kind of lead in
time period and say it's effective, June or July 1st, so that, and it runs for 2 years. It's just so that we have more time to be able to process the data and make people aware of the change before it suddenly applies to them.
Like Mr. Sartori said, that the 5-year ACS becomes available like the second week of December. So I basically have a very quick turnaround because this has to be posted by January 1st on our website and on our MCL list.
Just out of curiosity, I'm assuming with the 5-year ACS, that's about as low as you can go geographically and have 5-year ACS data?
Yes.
So it's hard, I assume it would be difficult to reduce that to any, says it's X percentage of a planning area, it would be harder to narrow that down and sort of designate places that are unlikely to change over time, or there's some built-in uncertainty given the size of the tracks and whatnot.
Yes, and it's also interesting because in 2020 the tracks changed. So we had to kind of like reevaluate and redo things, and new tracks got assigned into new planning areas. So it's like Mr. Director Sartori said, there's a level of uncertainty to doing this every year that makes it a little bit more complicated.
I'm sure you mentioned this, and I apologize if I already forgot it or I missed it in the staff report. This particular methodology, this was required by council?
So there's a little bit of history there. So the first bill was introduced, it was actually linked to farms rates in school clusters. But at the time, the Fed committee, one of the committee members said they didn't want, housing policy and schools policy. They didn't want housing policy to be subject to school policy. So they used kind of median income as a proxy to kind of get at, where higher income households are. So we kind of did a lot of like legislating on the spot for this, and this is kind of where we ended up.
Gotcha. I was curious, related to that, I was wondering if we have any thoughts about if this particular method of identifying these areas, do you think that it's targeting the areas with the most need? Like, do we have thoughts on if this is kind of correctly kind of identified areas where these are really needed, or if there are other approaches or methodologies that you think could be interesting to explore? It came to mind because I noticed that like most of East County was kind of, obviously it's not included because of the methodology, which is not to say that like 15% wouldn't be like really great in many of those areas too. So I'm curious about if we've had thoughts or conversations around that.
We have had a lot of thoughts that maybe this isn't the best methodology to get at what we're looking for. I mean, the other thing about, as you noticed is, it's basically Western Montgomery County, like you said, except for Silver Spring, which we did through a master plan. And there isn't a lot of development in these planning areas except for the Bethesda, Chevy Chase one in North Bethesda. So it's kind of like, are we getting at what we really need if we're not even seeing the production that we would like to see through the increased MPDU requirement?
I would also remind you of our local housing targets effort, right? Part of that, what we were asked to do by the council was to try to not just set targets at a more localized level, but also set affordable housing targets. And the approach that we've taken with that is not looking at, median income or other demographic data, but rather what share of affordable housing exists in that planning area today. And so saying, areas that had lower levels of current affordable housing were areas where we thought we should set a higher target for future development. But that's just a target. Those are not requirements of each development application that comes in. We can't say you're required to do 15% because the target says that's what we need to achieve. This is a requirement. But as Ms. Scavone said, this isn't necessarily where we're seeing a lot of development, or where we have infrastructure that would, transit infrastructure that would be helpful in locating more affordable housing as well.
Yeah. I mean, apart from just the Bethesda, obviously the Bethesda downtown, some of the parts of North Bethesda, maybe a little bit in the Lower Seneca, like I'm hesitating to think of one that's over 20 units that we've had in big chunks of that entire planning area. So which is not to say that there's not a good thing to say about a larger requirement, but we don't produce anything if there's nothing gets built there.
Right.
And you go back to your comment about housing production being an important part. The requirement doesn't have any teeth if nothing can be built. And there's big chunks of at least 3 or 4 of those, 5 of those planning areas which aren't even zoned for multifamily, much less, is anything currently being built with current infrastructure. So it's certainly certainly something to discuss given the need and the production part. Can I ask one further question that sort of applies to this, but is a little bit difficult? Is the MPDU's annual recertification a statutory requirement? That it be every year? That might be a DCHA question, but
I think that's Maggie or Summer.
DHCA question. Poltergeist.
Yeah, the annual reviews, meaning the
income.
rental incomes.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, and your question was, is that a requirement by the statute?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's in our Chapter 25A code.
Okay.
And Summer, correct me if I'm pulling the wrong section, but I believe it's in our Chapter 25A code that the applicants do have to come back every year to be rechecked for their income.
Yeah, just one thing that HUD has been doing with its housing choice voucher program and the others is allowing through a variety of different. You can be a moving to work agency or anything like that to allow Sorry, the lights keep going off. That allow non-annual recertification on a 2 to 3 year cycle, and it certainly in Rockville is really helped the administrative overhead for income recertifications on different properties and different projects that we have. If it's statutory, that's a whole different question. If it's administrative, it's certainly worth a thought to consider. So I know those are administratively burdened.
Yeah, definitely. And I'll add to that, within the first year when they first apply, they do have to fit under that 65% for garden apartments and 70% for the high rise. But then after that, I believe when they're recertifying, they could be earning up to, I believe it's 130% of AMI. So it does leave a little bit of flexibility right after they first join into the MPD rental program.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
So I have one question for Ms. Cross or Ms. Gallagher. I know Ms. Gavoni early on showed a chart where there was an imbalance of MPDUs at the 50 and 30% AMI. Almost, if you add them together, it was a 50,000 unit shortage, right? Versus, so the question, and I know you may be thinking about it, but instead of having the MPDU at 65% AMI level, all of them, right? It's 65 to 70%. Can, with no net harm to the developer, sort of have an averaging thing? So you can have some of them at 50, right? Some of them at 65 and maybe some of them at 80, but without penalizing the developer, but still getting some 50% AMI units that are sorely needed. I mean, have you considered that? I know it's easy to just say the developer has to do 30. You really need subsidy, a lot of subsidy to produce a 30% unit. But is there a way to make no harm to the developer by having skew that so that you can have some at 50, some at 65, and some at 80? And meet the need, more of the need at 50% AMI?
Yes, I believe that is actually what's being talked about right now on a higher level, reevaluating the MPDU program to incorporate something like that. Currently, we have our MPDU program, which is for that 65 to 70% AMI, and then separately we have a workforce housing program, which is at that higher level of income. And I know there's currently talks about reevaluating the program, so kind of joining those two programs to fall under one umbrella. So we're meeting incomes between 120% AMI down to 30% AMI with sort of that averaging in mind, where it's not really negatively implicating the developer, but we are meeting those needs of the lower income further outside of what HOC and the nonprofits are already doing.
Yeah, great. That would be great. And then, so I guess we can, unless there are no other questions, we can tie this up, but I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I did have a couple of questions, and I thank Ms. Cross and Mr. Hedrick for asking with regards to recertification of income and how someone would stay in a moderately priced dwelling unit. But does an increase in income on a moderately priced dwelling unit that an individual or family purchase have to be sold if they exceed an annual income, and are they required to recertify? And then, are homeowners allowed to use these moderately priced dwelling units as a wealth building tool with regards to building up equity? Can they refinance? Can they sell, rent, or lease? Or is there a right of first refusal with regards to moderately priced dwelling units? And if they do exceed a certain income level, are they forced to sell the unit back to the county? Thanks.
So once an MPDU is purchased, we do not go back and recheck their income once they've purchased that MPDU. So the for sale program does function quite differently than the rental program, where the rental program we do come back in and check to make sure they're still falling under our income categories. We don't do that in the for sale program for the reason that we would like them to be able to use it as a wealth building opportunity. With that being said, if they do choose to resell it within the 30-year control period, they would have to resell it as an MPDU to MPDU applicants at the MPDU price. If they resell it after the 30-year control period, which the 30-year control period, by the way, just restarts every time someone resells an MPDU. So it has to be the person who purchased it has it for 30 years and then is looking to resell it. Then they can sell it at market rate, but they do have to share that profit with DHCA. There's a whole shared profit formula that we use to figure out what that split is. As for your rental question, renting out, leasing out a for sale MPDU, we do not allow that in the for sale program. One of the initial applicants has to stay in the home as their primary residence the whole time that they are owning the MPDU, and they're not allowed to own a second property while they're there or to lease out their unit.
Thank you so much for answering those questions. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah. So if there are no further questions, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to add, thank you, Maggie. She's speaking for me so that I don't get into a coughing fit. We have heard some concerns, especially with our seniors, about recertifying on the rental side of the MPDU program on an annual basis. And so we're considering that in our evaluations of how to address some senior affordability issues.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Yeah, please.
Just a quick follow-up about the Director Sartori. You brought up the local housing target kind of ongoing initiative, and it made me wonder, what conversations internally either we are having or maybe with council to eventually tie targets to like tools for implementation that are like location specific to make sure that certain areas that maybe aren't getting development now or are sort of or have greater shortages now, for example, can whether it's through programs like these or are we having those conversations yet, or is that sort of the next step in the process?
Sure. Yeah, that really is the somewhat the next step. The more immediate next step is, I believe, in February we're going to report back to or brief the Parks, the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee at the council on where we are with this. Actually, we're looking for guidance from them based on a memo we sent them with a couple of different options to see how they'd like to proceed. And through that, we'll have a conversation about, and what we're hoping to do is finalize those numbers and then be able to overlay a map of those targets with, things like what's in our pipeline, where do we have zoning capacity, a bunch of different things where we could start to drill in a little bit more and say, here are some policy implications or policy changes that we might be able to move forward with that will help us achieve these targets in these particular areas. So it might be something different than we might want to pursue in another area of the county. So we'll start taking a look at it at that level. Yeah.
There are no other questions. We need a motion to submit this to the council. But I would like us to also have the council consider doing this every 2 years instead of, we can just put consider.
We can put that in, we're going to send up kind of a memo to the council outlining the 15%, and we can kind of put that, I think, in the memo as something that we could talk about with the council.
And the reason why, okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve submitting the overview of the MPDU program and 15% moderately priced dwelling unit requirement designation to the county council with also a suggestion to do this every 2 years.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. And we're going to take a lunch break and come back at 12:45. Thank you.
Hope our colleague at the HCA feels better.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cross and Ms. Gallagher for your presentations. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're starting with item 7, Life Sciences Center Loop, public hearing. We have two pieces here, the mandatory referral, MR 2023006, where staff is recommending approval with comments. And the second is the preliminary final water quality plan number MR 2023006, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have Eli Glazer with the Planning Department, along with Steve Finley giving the presentation this morning. Thank you. This afternoon, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Harris. For the record, my name is Eli Glazer, Acting Countywide Transportation Planning Supervisor. I'm joined at the table today by Steve Finley, Planner for Environmental from Mid-County. And yeah, we're here to brief. It's kind of a unique setup today, but we're going to be presenting a joint mandatory referral water quality plan with the goal of transmitting comments about the Life Science Center Loop Trail project to MCDOT as part of the mandatory referral. And then the planning board will do its regulatory duty as part of this to approve the water quality plan that's associated with that mandatory referral. So sort of the order of events in two parts. I'll describe the project. We'll go through the mandatory referral review, analysis, recommendations, public engagement, et cetera. The planning board will discuss the potential comments to transmit and vote appropriately at that point. And then Steve, Mr. Finley, will lead the water quality plan review and have similar conversations. As a reminder, the mandatory referral law, state law, requires all governments and public utilities to submit proposed projects for review by the commission. The law requires the board to review and approve the location, character, grade, and extent of any road, park, public way, or road, building, et cetera, before the project is located, constructed, or authorized. So we're fulfilling that statutory requirement here. The project in question today is a proposed 1.25 mile asphalt side path located in the Great Seneca Science Corridor area between Great Seneca Highway and Research Boulevard. In the map on the screen, it's sort of the extents are delineated by that black line with bars on either end. This is part of the 4-mile-long Life Science Center Loop Trail, which I'll probably refer to throughout this as the LSC Loop, which was master planned in the 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan. A portion of this project is located within the headwaters of the Piney Branch watershed, which is a special protection area, which is why the water quality plan is also associated with this submittal. This is a trail, the LSC Loop Trail. The intent of this project was to create a feature that sort of weaves through all of the districts within the Great Seneca Science Corridor area and creates sort of a spine in this area, provides connections to local amenities, includes green space, and allows the opportunity for additional extensions to other parts of the area that aren't part of the main loop. As part of the LSC Loop design process, it was included in the 2010 master plan, and then Mr. Finley and others worked as part of a TLC grant on the development of the Life Sciences Center Loop Trail design guidelines, which are shown on the screen, which essentially for each part of the trail laid out what the typical cross-section would be based on the context of that specific location. The Loop Trail design guidelines should really guide the design of the trail as its name intends. And in addition to the trail itself, there are placemaking features, trailside amenities, and other things to make this more than just a transportation facility, but really a uniting element for this area of Montgomery County. The project in front of us, the 1.5 mile long side path, typically is a 12-foot wide side path with an 11-foot wide landscaped street buffer separating it from the roadway. MCDOT estimates that this project will cost about $5 million without property acquisition. And then funding for property acquisition is included in the approved fiscal year 2024 CIP, beginning in fiscal year 2025. Construction funding is identified in that CIP to begin in fiscal year 2026 and 2027. I'd like to that information should replace the information in the staff report where I had said that there was not funding identified for construction. There is, and it's in the fiscal years identified. Essentially, the entire extent of this project, the 1.25 miles, there's an existing sidewalk as shown on the left, and the idea is that would just be replaced by a wider side path on the right. There's a lot of sort of moving pieces to the full LSC loop, so I think it's helpful to understand how this piece fits into the larger conversation. Part of the LSC loop is in the city of Gaithersburg, so outside of the planning jurisdiction of the board. Sections of the loop are in various stages of development that I'll go into now. The portion circled in red here on the northern side exists today. There is a side path. It is not necessarily built to the LSC loop trail standard. These side paths are on DeCoverly Drive and Fields Road, but they're 8 feet wide, which is narrower than the 10-foot minimum identified in the LSC loop trail design guidelines. And the design today lacks some of those side path adjacent amenity spaces that the guidelines envision. So here are a couple of pictures. On the left is DeCoverly Drive. You can see on-street parking, a street buffer, a nicely treed street buffer, and then a side path, and then along Fields Road, so like on the northern limit of the LSC loop trail, it's a similar design in front of some townhouses and row homes. The second piece under construction circled here on the bottom left of the image is the Elms at PSTA project, which is on the site of the former Public Safety Training Academy. This is currently under construction as part of that development. The cross-section is shown here facing east. The Life Sciences Loop Trail, there's a blue underline on the left that's shown as a 12-foot trail with an 8-foot tree panel, and then parking, and then the travel lanes there. So that's being constructed as we speak. Within the project extents that this mandatory referral covers, the segment between Brochart Road and just past Medical Center Way is a requirement it's a condition of approval for the Adventist Healthcare Shady Grove Medical Center site plan amendment. So that project at some point, as a condition of approval, is required to construct their frontage, the LSC loop trail along their frontage. And then everything sort of else in orange there is what's currently it's funded in the capital budget to be constructed, as I sort of discussed just prior to this. So the segment between Great Seneca Highway and Brochart Road, and then just north of Medical Center Drive to Research Boulevard. Just north of that, there is the Crown High School project is constructing a new high school in Gaithersburg, and we would expect that the portion of the LSC Loop Trail in front of that project would be constructed as part of that. And then the segments highlighted in red are planned segments as part of the LSC Loop, but they're not currently under design, they're not funded, there's nothing, we have no information about those moving forward. So those, once everything discussed here as part of this mandatory referral and the Crown High School project and the Elms at PSTA site, once those are all complete, these will still be sort of outstanding gaps in that LSC loop. The project exists along the proposed project will be along Medical Center Drive, which turns into Omega Drive north of Key West Avenue. This road is a median divided road with 4 through lanes, 2 in each direction, with a 30-mile-per-hour posted speed limit, and it's a downtown boulevard in the master plan of highways and transitways. Looking at some of the pedestrian features, there are sidewalks today that are typically 5 feet wide or less, though there is a wide street buffer. The pathway pedestrian level of comfort, which is our analysis, comes from our analysis that we discussed as part of the pedestrian plan, is generally somewhat comfortable, level of comfort 2, while the crossings are usually undesirable, so PLOC 4, which is the worst level, or uncomfortable, which is PLOC 3. As part of the ongoing Great Seneca plan, the transportation staff as part of that project did some great work looking at the protected crossing spacing, which is something that essentially protected crossings are locations where you can cross streets with additional features like signalization or other crosswalk treatments. And the Complete Streets Design Guide for this street type recommend there's a maximum 400-foot spacing between those locations, and the average protected crossing spacing for this street is 3,000 feet, so significantly wider than would be recommended in the plan. There are signalized intersections at Great Seneca Highway, so the western terminus for this project, and then Key West, which is very close to the eastern side of the project. And then there's a stop-controlled intersection at Medical Center Way. As part of the Great Seneca Transit Network, which was something that came out of the Corridor Forward plan, there are 2 lines that connect Shady Grove Metro to the USG Treville Gateway area. Both the lime and pink lines will travel along parts of Medical Center Drive. Dedicated bus lanes are planned for Medical Center Drive between Brochard and the National Cancer Institute through conversion of the existing curbside travel lanes. Into our analysis, the transportation analysis, the 2018 Bicycle Master Plan recommended 2-way separated bike lanes along the western side of Medical Center Drive and Omega Drive. This proposal, the mandatory referral, does not construct those master plan separated bike lanes, but I think importantly, it does not preclude their construction. I would say, however, because the Great Seneca Transit Network's dedicated bus lanes are going to be in that curbside space, that does preclude, at least in the short term, the provision of those separated bike lanes. The other master plan that's relevant here is the 2021 Great Seneca Science Corridor Master Plan update. As I mentioned, the LSC Loop Trail was really an essential part of the original 2010 master plan, and that importance has been carried through to 2021, the 2021 update. Funding for the LSC Loop Trail is one of the triggers that unlocks the second stage of development capacity as part of that master plan. And while this project, this bullet's incorrect, but this project will complete 100% design of a major portion of the trail, which is significant progress in working to unlock that stage 2 capacity. Now, planning staff just have, I think, a number of transportation comments that how this project, which I think we do believe is a significant improvement and largely meets the intent of the design guidelines for the LSC Loop, how it could be improved to be even better in line with the Complete Streets Design Guide, the Pedestrian Master Plan, and other sort of relevant guiding documents. These are in the same order as in your staff report if you're following along, but the first is to just ensure that the side path crosses driveways at sidewalk level at the stations identified in the staff report. The basic premise is that vehicles entering the right-of-way should yield to cross traffic, which includes people walking and biking. And the Complete Streets Design Guide notes that one way to communicate this hierarchy of traffic versus cross traffic is that the side path grade, slope, and material should be maintained. So people who are crossing these facilities know that they're crossing them and they're yielding appropriately. The second comment is that the curb radii at all of the intersections and driveways should be tightened to the Complete Streets Design Guide default radius of 15 feet. A tighter turning radius reduces turning speeds for motor vehicles while improving visibility, and both of those things combined reduce crash likelihood and severity. The graphic in the lower left sort of illustrates the benefit of a tight curb radius. Essentially, having a tighter radius allows a turning vehicle to cross a crosswalk more perpendicularly, so you see pedestrians and bicyclists in your windshield in front of you rather than over your shoulder, which a wider curb radius would allow you to do. So visibility is obviously much better in front of you than over your shoulder. So there's a big benefit there. One of the example locations where curb radii should be tightened is at in the graphic on the right, the corner of Medical Center Drive and Brochard Road. You can see there's a very sweeping curb radius there that really encourages high-speed turns from one road to the other road. The next, providing directional curb ramps that are aligned with high visibility crosswalks at all street and driveway intersections. Directional ramps aligned with these crosswalks help guide pedestrians along the shortest path across the street or driveway, which reduces their exposure to traffic. It's safer. When ramps are oriented to the middle of the intersection, as shown on the left graphic, pedestrians are guided in that direction, especially pedestrians with visual disabilities or other mobility disabilities. So you can see the arrows directing into the center of the intersection there, whereas another example in the LSC Loop trail area, the curb ramp appropriately directs people directly across the driveway. Next, construct new 12-foot wide pedestrian median refuge. Construct new 12-foot wide pedestrian median refuges where the side path crosses Brochart Road, Key West Avenue, and the driveway just north of Key West Avenue. All three of these locations have a landscape median, and one actually currently has a median refuge today that is identified for removal as part of this project. We think these median refuges that refuge should be maintained and widened, and the other two should be added. Refuges reduce pedestrian exposure, provide a midpoint for slower pedestrians to rest, and allow pedestrians to navigate one direction of motor vehicle travel at a time when they're crossing the street. Next, ensuring that all intersections within the project area comply with the department's protected intersection checklist to the extent that they can as appropriate. It's really a best practice when designing side paths and bike lanes to include protected treatments to ensure that people biking and walking can safely cross. The protected intersection guide was one of the attachments in your packet, but it includes protected intersection design generally includes 7 things, which are outlined here and are related to the graphic at the right, which is from the Amherst Avenue separated bike lane project that the board reviewed either last year or the year before. So a corner island, which is part of the sort of turning radius conversation that we had earlier, queuing space for bikes, appropriate clear distance, so cars can sort of yield to traffic traveling, or to bicycles and pedestrians traveling through, a pedestrian refuge, crossing markings and signalization as well. As I mentioned earlier, the Elms at PSTA project is currently constructing part of the LSC Loop Trail. And the comment here is to just ensure that this project appropriately transitions to that project at Great Seneca Highway. You can see in the graphic at the top is the proposed sort of curb ramp design for the western terminus of this project. And the graphic below that is what is included in the certified site plan for the Elms at PSTA project. What the Elms project is showing is a directional curb ramp into a median refuge, and what this project is showing is a curb ramp that's directing people into the middle of the intersection. So there's a need to make sure these things are compatible moving forward. Next, the MCDOT should just coordinate with the City of Gaithersburg and Montgomery County Public Schools on the Crown High School project, so we can make sure to the extent possible that what's being built there will ultimately be able to connect to the limit of this project. So just that coordination should continue to occur. Next comment, while most of this corridor has an 11-foot street buffer of landscaping between the street and the side path, there are a couple of points where that shrinks to 6 feet, and one of those is between stations 108 and 110, which are shown here, because there are a couple of transformers, so electrical transformers that have not been moved as part of this project that require narrowing the buffer to 6 feet. So the recommendation is just to relocate those so the 11-foot buffer can be maintained. And this has an add-on benefit of likely allowing the side path's intersection with Brochart Avenue, which is immediately it's to the left in this graphic. It would allow that side path intersection to be set further back from the road, which would improve visibility for everybody. Similarly, the street buffer at Station 134 should be widened to 11 feet to better align the adjacent driveway crossing. You can see here in the graphic, to cross that driveway in the side path requires a jog of about 10 or 11 feet, which may be difficult for some people to easily do. And then also you can see that in the upper left, the sort of the sidewalk from the side path to the sidewalk along the driveway here is like fairly unintuitive and circuitous. So pushing back the side path further would allow for a more intuitive sidewalk connection and a more direct side path crossing of the driveway. And then the last transportation comment that we have is the side path, as part of this project, stops about 35 feet short of the marked crosswalk at Research Drive, and before transitioning to an existing sidewalk. So we have a 12-foot trail that transitions to a 6-foot sidewalk, 5 or 6 foot sidewalk for a short distance. I think our staff's concern is that this creates a pinch point potentially for pedestrians and bicyclists, and it may just, it would be safer if the side path was just extended appropriately to the marked crosswalk so that conflict didn't occur. I'll go through the environmental analysis as well. From a forest conservation perspective, the application meets the requirements of Chapter 22A of the Forest Conservation Law. Forest Conservation Plan Exemption 420231009E was approved on October 2nd, 2023, and MCDOT will submit a final tree save plan during the 100% design phase of this project. In the environmental guidelines, the Natural Resources Inventory Forest and Delineation 420221350 was approved on February 7th, 2022. There are no 100-year floodplains, hydraulically adjacent steep slopes, wetlands, or wetland buffers within the limits of disturbance for this project. There are no records of rare, threatened, or endangered species occurring within the study area. The limit of disturbance does impact 3,372 square feet of stream buffer, but these impacts have been minimized to the extent possible, and the project is in conformance with the department's environmental guidelines. On the public engagement side, after the mandatory referral was accepted for review, Montgomery Planning notified local civic and homeowner associations and other interested parties. Once the staff report was posted, an additional notice went out to these groups. Staff have not received any testimony at this time. And then as part of the planning and design for the LSC Loop project, planning staff actually held a workshop as part of the bicycle master plan process in 2015, late 2015, and MCDOT held a workshop in 2018 as part of their work. So in conclusion, staff believes that this design is really a significant step forward towards the completion of the Loop Trail and implementing a major component of the 2010 and 2021 Great Seneca plans. It will construct 1.25 miles of side path, and the design is in substantial compliance with the approved design guidelines for the trail. So the recommendation would be to approve the mandatory referral with comments as amended by the board. And that concludes my presentation about the mandatory referral piece.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from the board? No. If not, thank you very much. We'll go with Steve's. The next, or is this it?
No, I think for this piece, I think you need to vote to approve.
Okay, so we can vote on this now.
Okay. Yeah, or you could wait and do them both at the end.
Okay.
We'll wait.
Whatever you choose to do.
Yeah, okay. We'll wait till the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Planning Board members. It's good to see you this afternoon. For the record, my name is Steve Findlay, and I'm with the Mid-County Planning Division. And I would like to go over the review of the water quality plan that's required to be approved as part of this project. I want to start by giving the board just a little bit of background information about special protection areas and the water quality plan as a reminder what SPAs are and what they're intended to do and what the board's responsibilities are in reviewing and approving this water quality plan. So special protection areas are designated by the county council to protect water quality in areas where there is identified particularly high water quality in order to protect that water quality, especially in areas where development is anticipated. So in order to help protect the water quality, development plans in SPAs require approval of a water quality plan. Now, interestingly, there's split authority for approval of water quality plans between the County Department of Permitting Services and the Montgomery County Planning Board. DPS has authority for reviewing and approving the stormwater management concept plan, and there are some extra requirements for that in SPAs. The planning board's responsibility is to make sure that stream buffers are protected, that the plans comply with the forest conservation law, and particularly to take a look to see that new impervious surfaces have been minimized to the extent possible. I want to also remind the board that another difference between the mandatory referral review that you've just looked at and your responsibilities there are to provide comments to the applying agency, in this case DOT. In the case of water quality plan, the water quality plan is regulatory and binding, much like a forest conservation plan. So this is a regulatory plan. I have a map here that shows the locations of a number of the SPAs in Montgomery County with the Piney Branch SPA circled there in blue. I wanted to take a moment then to kind of zoom in a little bit so you could see this a bit better. So the purple area is the Piney Branch Special Protection Area. This is Darnestown Road, Route 28 at the top. And so this is the Piney Branch subwatershed with all the developments that are existing in it currently. Piney Branch is a tributary of the Watts Branch, which is coming in here from the east. And Watts Branch ultimately empties into the Potomac River, upriver of the Potomac water treatment plant. So water quality in this whole system is important. As you can see by this little bit of purple up here, there is a little bit of the SPA that follows the drainage divide of the Piney Branch subwatershed across Route 28 Darnestown Road, and that is extending up into the area that we're going to be looking at here along Medical Center Drive. So again, the Planning Board's specific responsibilities for the water quality plan review are to take a look to see that impervious surfaces have been minimized, that it complies with the forest conservation law, and that particularly environmental buffers have been protected. I'm going to start by talking about the impervious surfaces and noting again the Piney Branch SPA just intersects briefly with the trail alignment up here along this little sweeping piece of Medical Center Drive, so from here around to here. The LSC Loop Trail proposes to add about a quarter acre of new impervious surface within this SPA area. SPAs vary from special protection area to special protection area. Some of them have specific imperviousness caps that have to be followed. In the Piney Branch SPA, the requirement is simply to make a finding that new impervious surfaces have been minimized to the extent possible. Again, a reminder that the LSC loop, as it's being designed, does have to meet certain design requirements in order to make sure that it functions as intended by the master plan, and these are specified more clearly in the LSC loop design guidelines, which were approved by the Planning Board in 2015. And the particular section that we're looking at is a section that down here that recommends along Medical Center Drive, this alignment here, or this cross-section here, that has a 12-foot path, side path, and then the 11-foot tree panel. So under the regulations for water quality review, the water quality plan must include a description of how the proposed development minimizes impervious areas and, if applicable, meets any required imperviousness limits. Because this trail is included in the area master plan as a critical feature, and its design is in line with the approved design guidelines, planning staff believes that the applicant has minimized the total impervious surface while maintaining the project's purpose. To go into a little bit more explanation about that, the design does not go beyond what is recommended in the LSC Loop design guidelines. There are some areas where, when possible, there's been little bits of impervious surface that currently exist that are being removed, and the trail itself is actually incorporating existing imperviousness that's already there with the existing side path. So it's expanding on that. But overall, wherever impervious surfaces could be removed as part of this plan, they've been identified and they are being removed as part of that. So we do recommend that the board would find that imperviousness has been, new impervious surfaces have been minimized. Forest conservation, the next thing that the board has to make a finding that the design, the plan design is in compliance with Chapter 22A. As Eli mentioned, there is a confirmed forest conservation exemption. The exemption is under a section of the Forest Conservation Law that allows an exemption for certain critical highway and highway-related, transportation-related projects to be exempt from submitting a formal forest conservation plan if it meets the basic criteria, and that was confirmed by staff in 2023. There has also been a preliminary tree safe plan submitted, but this plan actually right now is at 35% design, and so not all of the details are in to be able to provide a final tree safe plan. So one of the conditions is to require provision of a final tree safe plan for the segments as the segments of the trail come in for construction, for review for construction. At that time, for that segment, a final tree safe plan needs to be provided. Then environmental buffer protection. Actually, in this particular case, there's one little area of stream buffer disturbance, but that area of disturbance is actually on a stream segment that is not part of the SPA. So that is north, the stream buffer that's being impacted is north of here. There are requirements for minimizing, to the extent possible, disturbance to the stream buffer as outlined by the environmental guidelines. And in that area, they have met that criteria. But in the SPA itself, in that segment, there are no stream buffers. So we do find that it meets the design guidelines requirements. It meets the conditions required by the environmental guidelines. And overall, we have worked closely with MCDOT. The trail has been designed in a way that minimizes impact both to the stream buffer to the north and to the Piney Branch SPA. So we do recommend that the board find that the LSC Loop trail plans are in conformance with the environmental guidelines. So overall, we recommend that the board approve the preliminary final water quality plan with conditions, and we've coalesced those conditions together on this one slide here, dealing with the final tree safe plan, the tree protection measures, and a requirement that impervious surfaces are limited to no more than what is shown on the plan. Be happy to answer any questions if you have them at this time.
Are any questions from the board members?
I just have a very brief comment. I just wanted to thank both of you and whomever else on your teams reviewed these things for the thoughtful review and comments, and in particular on the transportation side, focusing on, I think, little details that hopefully will make a really big difference. And just speaking personally for me, it's a really good reminder that in the context of our development application reviews, like little things like turning radii, if there's going to be improvements on frontages and things like that, those are hugely important. They're way more important than I think we certainly understand or consider oftentimes in the moment. So I really appreciate that, and I hope we continue to focus on those things in the future. So thanks. And I might as well just go ahead and make the motion too.
Thank you both of you for your presentation. A description is worth 1,000 words, and I definitely learned it more or understood it more after your presentations. And then thank you for your working with MCDOT. We love that partnership. It's almost like we're peer reviewing each other, and it turns out to be a better plan. So thank you for that. Please, if there are other questions, please make.
I move that we submit comment to two motions. So first, move that we submit comments related to the transportation elements to MCDOT.
Yeah, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Would you like to do the second?
Sure, why not? Second, move that we approve the water quality plan, as with conditions as presented.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we'll just take what do we need, a 5-minute break and start then? Okay. Well, so we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll start with item number 9, which is the Woodshire Ruby Drive public hearing, where conditional use number CU 202311, where staff is recommending approval to transmit comments to the hearing examiner, and preliminary forest conservation plan number CU 202311, where staff is recommending approval with conditions to the to the planning board. Thank you. Bye now. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, the Woodshine Ruby Drive public hearing. Thank you for your patience for starting a little bit later. Where there's a conditional use number CU 202311, where staff is recommending approval to transmit comments to the hearing examiner. And then the next is preliminary forest conservation plan number CU 202311, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. So we're going to start with our staff, Josh Penn, who will present, and then we'll go to public testimony, and then we'll have the applicant give a presentation if they'd like. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Josh Penn. I'm sharing my screen so I can present for you all. And we should have it up there. For the record, this is Josh Penn with Park and Planning, Up County Planning Division. Today we are presenting to you Worldshine Ruby Drive Conditional Use and Forest Conservation Plan number CU 2023-11. The project is located at 12450 West Old Baltimore Road and 21908 Ruby Drive, Clarksburg, in the northwest quadrant of West Old Baltimore Road and Ruby Drive. It is located between 270 and I-355, just north of West Old Baltimore Road here in red. The neighborhood, as defined in yellow here, you can see it, is comprised mostly of R200 residential, and you can see that it is abutting R200 TDR4 also. There are 2 existing approved conditional uses in the area, here and here. The subject property is an assemblage of 4 pieces of land totaling 4.66 acres. The property is currently improved with 2 single-family detached homes. You can see one here, and some accessory structures through here. The property does contain 1.36 acres of forest. There are no other environmental features on site. The proposed use is for a residential care facility over 16 persons. This is for 62 years of age and older. It does have various amenities and programming for them within the community. There is a centralized commercial kitchen in the south, that'd be plan south, but it's southeast because the north is to the right. Here in this building here, there is a commercial kitchen that's prepping the residents' foods, which will then be wheeled or carted over to each of the individual units, which we'll talk about more later. It is for 8 structures containing up to 120 assisting living beds. 7 of the structures will be devoted solely to residential use, each containing 15 beds. You can see the architecturals here on the right. The 8th structure is in the southeast corner of the community, which will have 15 residential beds above the community center rooms. The 8 structures have been oriented along the internal private drive leading from West Old Baltimore Road back to the rear of the property. There is a central courtyard which features accessible walking area, garden, various seating opportunities, and other amenities. There will also be landscaping around the perimeter of the site. Although the facility will operate 24 hours a day, the main business operation for administration staffings will be 9 to 5. There are generally deliveries are arranged during regular business hours outside of the peak hours. The food deliveries will be expected approximately twice per week. All their laundry, linens, etc. is performed in-house. Waste collection will be done twice a week from the dumpster, which is located near the rear, towards the main parking lot in the rear of the site. One of the major components of this program for this conditional use is the massing of the units. The general standard format for these assisted living facilities is one large building. In this case, the applicant wanted to break it up into individual cottage or buildings that have a lower sense of massing. So it looks like 8 single-family homes clustered rather than one large building. The Ruby Drive assisting architecturals here have the footprint listed at 55 by 52 or 2860 square feet for the footprint. They compared these against the 2 two houses on Ivy Leaf Court at 2640 square foot and 2548 square foot on Ivy Leaf Court. And then on the east side of Ruby Drive, the homes range from a 2,500 square foot footprint to a 4,000 square foot footprint. So you can see that the massing in terms of the footprint of the housing and the height of the housing is approximate to what's in the existing neighborhood. We wanted to start off today after the proposed use with community concerns. During the course of the application, staff has received numerous communications via phone and email with concerns and opposition to this project. Since this PowerPoint was prepared, there is one letter of support also that is in the file. Summary of concerns. These are all spelled out in the staff report in greater detail. This is just a summary. With general traffic, this was reviewed by our transportation staff and it does meet the current policies. Lighting, general lighting issues with the neighborhood. It does meet the 0.1 foot candles at the property line, so there will be no light spillage. It does meet all codes. Pollution, the vehicle trips are the only source of additional emissions, and those are inherent to the use and inherent to any use in this area. Compatibility, they used 8 small buildings instead of 1 large structure to kind of come down to the size and massing of the neighborhood. Pedestrian safety, staff believes this has been addressed through frontage rooms along the front of the site and also the off-site improvements that are being completed as part of this project. We'll hear more about from our transportation planner. Commercial characteristics of the use. The use that's being considered here is actually a residential use under the code, not a commercial use. So while it does have larger characteristics and there will be beddings in there instead of single family homes, it is a residential home for up to over 16 people. So it is residential in the code. Safety at the intersection of West South Baltimore. That intersection was evaluated by our transportation staff and it was completed as an improvement in the 2023, I believe, which you'll hear about later. Lack of landscaping between uses. As the staff went on and reviewed the application, the original application did meet the requirements under the law, under the code for landscaping. However, with condition 6, we did ask that additional evergreen plantings be planted along the western boundary to help increase the wintertime obstruction of views. And then the last comment we have is, last summary comment we have was general degradation of community character. While staff can't speak to the general community character because we don't live there, the small cottage units or buildings that are proposed are very similar in character to single-family residential units. The major focus of the issues in the letters is focused on introducing a new, not single-family residential use to an existing community. The opposition generally view the residential care facility as a non-residential commercial use, which is not what the code states. The code states it is under the residential category of uses. So we'll take that into consideration while we're reviewing the application. It is within the 1994 approved and adopted Clarksburg Master Plan. It is in the Brink Road transition area. The master plan specifically recognizes the need to encourage and maintain a wide choicing of housing types, including that for the elderly. The facility is a residential use that has been designed to have residential appearance and maintain significant green space on site. So staff does not believe they'll have a material effect on the residential character of the neighborhood. Master plan conformance continued. There are 10 key policies of development in the master plan. These are the general broad-ranging master plan guidance is on page 15 through 35, and there are several applicable ones here. The development is keeping with the small town Clarksburg feel by eliminating the large building, commercial, institutional type building and going to smaller cottages and maintaining a lot of green space while also providing elderly housing. Natural environment is protected through implementation of stormwater facilities where there currently is none. The site layout preserves rural character. Pedestrian orientation addressed in several ways. Most importantly, the frontage improvements along West Baltimore, both on-site and off-site. And by integrating senior living within an existing neighborhood, the project relieves any pressures on undeveloped areas or the farmland and environmentally sensitive areas. The landscaping plan does meet all the requirements for screening under the code. However, staff is recommending to the applicant in condition 6 additional evergreen plantings along the western property line throughout this section here. And that is in our recommendations for conditions. For transportation, I'll turn it over to our staff, Brett Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. Good afternoon, members of the board and the public. For the record, Brett Brown, Up County Transportation. So as part of the applicant's submission package, they were able to complete a transportation exemption statement, which states that because they are below 50 peak hour person trips, they are not, they don't have to pursue any further analysis under LATR. As you can see, I also listed some of the AM and PM peak hour trips, as well as the trip generation rates based on the ITE manual, which the applicant used to generate those times. Next slide, please. As far as frontage improvements, the applicant is providing a standard condition for a 6-foot sidewalk along their frontage on West Old Baltimore Road. As you can see from the aerial view, there is an existing sidewalk to the west that terminates just at their western property line. And they will also be constructing an off-site connection, which you'll see in the next slide. So right now, there's a pretty substantial gap that obviously is not good for pedestrian safety between the applicant's property and to the east toward the Tapestry residential development. So at the picture at the bottom shows the applicant completing this connection with their with their frontage improvement as well as with the offsite improvement. So this will complete this gap and will do wonders for pedestrian safety along West Old Baltimore Road. So there will be a continuous sidewalk from 355 all the way down to I-270. Staff did receive some correspondence about safety at the intersection of 355 and West Old Baltimore. While this is outside of the purview of the review for this project, as you can see, the Tapestry residential development was built within the last 2 to 3 years. Before that, the intersection of 355 and West Old Baltimore did have some site distance issues, as you can see. Although it was signalized, obviously there were some corner issues. As of now, this is what the intersection looks like. You can see it's been replete with separated bike lanes, a 10-foot side path, pedestrian refuge islands and a median, and it's also been re-signalized. So that should do more to satisfy some of the residents' concerns. But again, this is outside the purview of this project. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Josh.
Thank you, Brett. Moving forward, we have forest conservation. A preliminary forest conservation plan was submitted as part of the conditional use application and was given the number CEU 2023-11. It is a total tract area of 5.2 acres, which includes some off-site area. There's 1.36 acres of forest on site, and the applicant is planning to clear all 1.36 acres of forest with no forest save. This will generate 2.24 or 2.92 acre requirements, depending on where it is met. And this will be determined at a time of final forest conservation plan. The final forest conservation plan will be submitted with the preliminary plan application. There is also a tree variance request. The applicant has submitted a variance request for the removal of 12 trees and impact to 3 variance trees. Staff has found there's an unwarranted hardship as listed in the staff report, and the applicant has provided mitigation for 463 inches of DBH removed at the ratio of 1:4 equals 115.75 inches of mitigation trees using a minimum of 3-inch caliber trees. Staff is recommending approval of the variance. Now, this is also within the Clarksburg Special Protection Area and does require a water quality plan. Reviews of water quality plans are split into 2 parts. The first part is reviewed and approved by DPS, and the second part is reviewed and approved by the Planning Board. DPS has reviewed and conditionally approved their elements of the water quality plan under its purview. The Planning Board has to look at the environmental guidelines and the imperviousness of the site. The application is in compliance with the environmental guidelines. There's no other environmental features on site except for the forest. As for imperviousness, the property is zoned R200 and adjacent to R200 TDR. The impervious surface rates across the county for R200 zone is between 15 and 19% generally on average, and around 35% for the R200 TDR average. Well, there is no impervious cap in this portion of the Clarksburg SPA, so we use the county average for a general goal. The project is currently at 34.7% imperviousness, and it is higher than the 19% for the R200, but lower than the average for the R200 TDR areas. The applicant has minimized usage of all impervious surfaces while meeting the other goals of county and other county regulations such as parking and ADA compliance. The applicant has reduced imperviousness while accommodating the program requirements and meets the impervious requirements of the Clarksburg Special Protection Area. With that being said, staff is recommending approval with conditions to be transmitted to the hearing examiner. We recommend the conditions, with recommended conditions, staff does believe that the application conforms to the code, is consistent with the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan, will not cause undue harm or adverse impacts on the immediate neighborhood. There is no traffic, circulation, noise, or environmental issues associated with the applicant, provided that the recommended conditions are satisfied. The application meets all requirements of Chapter 22A, and the conditional use is subject to approval of a preliminary plan. With that being said, staff is recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary forest conservation plan and approval of the conditional use with conditions and transmittal of those comments to the hearing examiner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Penn. Why don't we take testimony from the online constituents, and then we'll do anyone that's in person. So we can just go down this list, Catherine, or and each participant has 3 minutes. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so you'll tell me who gets more, but so the first one is Gayan Mishra. Gayan, you have, is it 3 minutes?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yes. Dear Planning Board, my name is Gayan Mishra. I've been a resident of the community for 20 years. I reside at the Glen Foley Ridge. I'm the president of the association, and I live at the address at 21907 Manor Crest Lane in Boyd's. I vehemently oppose the World South Development Project for Ruby Road. You know, throughout the, I guess the testimony regarding the description of this project and all of the opposition, I would formally like the board to just really think about, in doing this construction project, if the surrounding community and all the surrounding communities are vehemently opposed, as I am, and our community to this project, how can you proceed to build? And that's really something that really take to heart and think about it like if the tables are turned and you're living in this community, and you're subject to this non-residential facility. So it's a really commercial facility, but it's guised as residential. So this non-residential, as was described in the testimony right before me, going over this project, how can something like that, non-residential, be placed in a residential? It is guised. It's a commercial facility that's being placed in a residential. And with all this opposition, it just does not seem plausible for this to continue. This tiny, quiet, single entry residential road, it's been very nice and quiet for forever since the community, Ruby Road was built, many years ago, where kids play in the street, deers graze, very natural habitat. It is really not an appropriate place for any type of commercial facility completely. The increased traffic to support such a facility is not sustainable on a single lane West Old Baltimore Road. which is already taxed tremendously by Tapestry Homes, as well as Cabin Branch development and the Clarksburg outlets. So there is a lot of through traffic already, and we're actually seeing the impact of that. And now if you add the commercial vehicles that are going to be added to that, as well as any family members of residents that are living in this commercial. I'm going to call it a commercial facility because that is what it is. Any family members visiting, that is going to really break the camel's back, so to speak. I mean, it's really going to really cause a problem that road. Anyone living in any adjacent community along West Old Baltimore, they really will not be able to use the West Old Baltimore 355 intersection. I mean, it's going to be backed up. It's really unusable.
Mr. Guy, can you wrap up in the next 15 seconds, please?
Okay. The quality and safety of this long-standing residential road is going to be seriously negatively impacted. It's really unfit and ill-suited for this community. I would like to request the board members please listen to the community and make a reasonable and sensible decision, to oppose this unbenefiting, nonsensical commercial development project for this little Ruby Road. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Mr. or Mrs. Krishnan.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm here. Hi. Hi, this is Ms. Krishnan. Is my time starting now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So I represent the Summerfield Community Crossing and the HOA. So I think I have 6 minutes. So the location, as indicated, is across the west, off West Old Baltimore Road, which only has 1 lane. Summerfield Crossing community is just very close to this location and has about 1,000 residents in single family and townhomes. As Gyan already mentioned, the road is already overburdened with traffic. Even though it was supposed to be sufficient for the existing neighborhoods, we have been seeing it for the past couple of years, even with the improvements which we fought for and got it. It still is not sufficient for what has happened with the Clarksburg Mall area and the Black Hill Regional Park and 3 other communities that feed into this 1-lane road. The infrastructure is not sufficient at all. And this proposed facility is not part of the approved master plan for the area. While it might be within code and a requirement for residential units for different levels are needed in the Clarksburg and Boyds and Germantown area, this particular site is not necessarily suited for fulfilling that need. And there are many other places in the area that can be looked at for that kind of matching that requirement or need. If it has to be here, then it would not just require a sidewalk and expansion or an extension. With the 1-lane road on each side for West Old Baltimore, it will require almost an expansion of the West Old Baltimore to 2-lane roads on both sides. My understanding is that cannot happen on West Old Baltimore because it's a rural road with no ability to expand or widen the road. Looking at the report, I have given my my other concerns in an email to the planning team, and hopefully it's included in the testimony and reviews that you've done. But looking at the report that came on Jan 8th, the traffic addition is being considered acceptable with 34 LATR. My concern is how was this number determined? Even by not being a traffic planner and having to use that intersection every day during peak time, during school times, we have backups right now with school buses and so many multiple school bus stops, etc., as well as the residential traffic that comes in and out that comes from all these other communities. Was the report done, the assessment done by the applicant, in a representative time frame where school is open and the maximum traffic is there or regular traffic is there? Also, given that West Old Baltimore is already overburdened, the addition of trips is not as informative to the pain that we're already facing. It's actually, when you're already overburdened, a single straw can break the camel's back. And it's not the addition of 34 LATR, even if that's true. It's actually that it's already overburdened and cannot sustain any additions, and make it even worse. That's the problem. Can someone mute themselves, please, if they're not talking? Thank you. So a more representative impact analysis would not be just be trip additions, but rather it should be, seeing what the impact is on an already overburdened system with a 120 bed facility that has 70 plus full-time employees and additional service vehicles, ER visits, medical transportation vehicles, etc. One other point on the report was that the number of ER trips was an unbelievably low number of one per month, or a ER vehicle requirement, which I think any common sense person would say that that's a huge, highly underestimated number for an assisted living facility with a population that's expected to have multiple health conditions, given that specific age group. So I think that number has to be revisited or requalified in a way that makes sense. That seems like an unbelievable number. For anyone who has old parents or family members, they know that's not going to be the case, and this is going to be assisted living people. So was a mock ER vehicle activity and number of trips made to see the impact on traffic delays or traffic congestion on West Old Baltimore Road. So given that many in this facility would need ER access and medical trips and medical appointments, has the risk both to the patients and surrounding residents been accounted for when on an overburdened load? Is planning board will be held responsible? Will they be responsible for accidents that result from approving such large facilities in an already overburdened residential area? It's not a question of how it is on a code. It is a business. It may look like a commercial, it may look like residential, but it is a business. It is going to generate money for the applicant. That is the sole purpose for developing it here and utilizing the lower real estate costs of a residential unit rather than a commercial land and in a more central area. So is the planning board going to be held responsible for any accidents or delays to getting to the ER? That might happen because the roads are congested when it's needed the most. So that's the question that needs to be answered on multiple levels there. The report says it's in line with the Hurley Ridge communities as single family homes that have 2 levels, but it fails to indicate or even touch upon the fact that the side of the homes on Ruby Drive are single-family ranch or split-level homes. So it does not fit in with the character of the homes on Ruby Drive, even though the footprint might be the same. So it conveniently misses out one side of the community and just says it's aligned with one side of the other side of the community. And it definitely does not align with homes that are on the other side of West Old Baltimore Road. I think it's a very selective way of describing the way it fits into the neighborhood when all the people who live here can see it in plain sight that it is not.
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. Krishnan. I appreciate you've had your 6 minutes. There are several other speakers here today.
Okay. So I can just finish up here. So in summary, the community is going to cause major and permanent burden to all the residential communities in the area, and the proposed site is inherently unsuitable for this facility. We are not opposed to the facility being anywhere else. This site is just not suitable for this facility, and we are strongly opposed to this significant modification and urge the reviewers to reject the application for this type of facility.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Next is Don Hecht. Okay, so we'll go to the next person, Terry Mayer.
Yes. Let me get my camera on. Okay. Yeah, my name is Terry Meyer. I live directly behind where the proposed facility is going. I'm opposed to this for several reasons. Mainly because again, what we've just heard about the traffic, it is terrible out there at peak times. So again, one more or a commercial facility or one that's coded residential, but most houses around here do not house 16 people in the house for 8 houses or 7 houses. So even though the code says that it is residential, it really is different. My property on the back, there's a hill that, so from the property that's being proposed down to my property, there's a big drop. So one of my concerns is that the parking lot, which is now going to be put behind me, and again, residents in this neighborhood do not have parking lots with a lot of lights. And although the lights, face down and don't go out, because I'm lower, about a story level or more lower, all of the houses on the west side are going to be in the way of the light coming out. I think that's just the way the property, and the forest plan I saw had very few evergreens and small deciduous trees that would probably take 20 years to offer any kind of a decent barrier there. I also agree that the facility, although very nice and would be a great facility, it shouldn't be put in the middle of residential streets. If it was on the side, like the school was an exception, they built the Banner School, but that was against a major road. But to put this right inside a development, I don't think it's the right place for it. And I would strongly suggest that you do not allow this to go through. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mayer. Next is Elias Sevilla.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the members of the board and for allowing me to have this opportunity to state some of our concerns. I live on Ruby Drive, right adjacent to the new proposal Woodshine Ruby Drive buildings. And my concern is for several reasons. It's obviously, as many of the other interviewers have said, is because of a business in a residential neighborhood. I live on Ruby Drive, and as it is, things are already hectic around there. We're concerned, because a lot of our houses are in septic tanks, and we all have wells. We're concerned also, about the value of our homes, what's going to happen. Everything is uncertain. Our quality of life is definitely going to change if this project continues. A lot of members already said about the traffic. They also noticed that, sometimes when I leave late, in early mornings, there's also traffic coming all the way from Frederick, all the way up to DC. And that Baltimore, West Baltimore is being utilized to get around traffic. So every morning and every afternoon, that street gets really congested. And so I am really opposed against this project, and I hope that members of the board listen to what we have to say, and I hope you guys make the right choice for the neighborhood and for all of us that live around that new project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is Jagdish Papara. Mr. Papara. So the next is, are you there?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. I think the voice is very low from your end. So, but anyway, I again thank you for the opportunity to for this testimony for this project. Thank you, County Board. And I am a resident at the Hurley Ridge, and I've been a resident at the Hurley Ridge since 2002, so almost like 22 years. I've been a resident. So the one of the, as others attendees have provided the concerns, is mainly the traffic, and it's a one lane road with the new homes recently built on very close to the Ruby Drive, and we always have especially in summer, a lot more extra traffic because of the park activities. The Blake Hill Regional Park has regularly many events. So traffic is one of the main concern, and also as the other residents been saying about the extra burden for the community, and potential for contamination for the well water users very close to this new project is being built. So instead of repeating some of the other concern, I would say we have a really grave concern, and we strongly oppose to this project.
Thank you for your comment. The next is Mithili Arun. Mithili Arun. Okay. You have to press *6 to unmute yourself, please. So why don't we go to, okay,
Hello, can you hear me now?
yes.
Hi, I'm Maithili Arun. I'm part of this community. I live at Hurley Ridge, and I've been a resident since 2005. My concerns are very similar to what the others have also mentioned. First off, this is pretty much a rural community that is being expanded through the other housing constructions that's been going on 355, as well as on the Cabin John side. So this community has already gone through disruptions for the last several years in terms of the construction activities, the minor road expansions, or as well as, the traffic is already heavy. Given that it's just one lane road between West Old Baltimore Road and 355 is also not a big road, there's already a lot of backup in terms of traffic, not just during the peak hours, but also more regularly now than when I first moved in. I don't believe, and like Ms. Krishnan said, the current infrastructure simply does not support any increased traffic. Not only that, if the proposal is approved, there'll be a lot more construction activities because now they're going to expand into 8 buildings or 6 buildings. I'm not sure which one it is, but if it expands, obviously it's going to disrupt our lives. The quality of life of our lives will suffer as well. So, and of course, one more concern that I have is the increased noise level, be it emergency vehicles or delivery trucks or any of the other visitors that are visiting the residents. All of that will increase not just the noise levels, but also the traffic. So these are all some of the concerns that I have as well. And I'm hoping that the planning board will reconsider the proposal. And I, again, like the other folks who have spoken before me have mentioned, I'm not sure how this comes under a residential unit. It's definitely sounding, the more we hear, it's sounding more and more like a commercial unit. So I'm not sure how it can warrant. The community is already going through a lot of disruptions with the increased housing being built. I'm not sure how it, in addition to that, will not disrupt our lives. So thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. And next is Pamela Grewal. Okay, she's Tiffany Ingram.
Hi, I'm Tiffany with Tapestry HOA. We are the new construction homes that are directly below Ruby Lane. West Old Baltimore divides us into two lots. We have Lot A that is directly below where the subject property will be, and Lot B is on the other side. Our concern is, of course, the traffic. We have children getting picked up on both sides of West Old Baltimore. So kids are having to cross that road, and there's already an issue with the multiple buses that are coming through there. We do not have a stop sign. We don't have crosswalks, which I've applied for and Montgomery County denied. And we also have kids that are crossing to go to both parks, which we have one on each lot. The other concern we have is parking. Tapestry already has an issue that we don't have enough parking for guests within our community, and the fact that that road is already so narrow on Ruby Lane, you know, where are trucks and delivery, you know, once the overcrowding happens for, you know, that residence, that business, where are they then going to go to? Because they can't park on the street. You know, they're probably going to start moving into our area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next is Van Tran. Vutran, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to give us the opportunity to present our concern. All my neighbors have a valid concern. To add on to this one, you know, when the, you know, like, even though it classified like residential, it's more like commercial. It will have more than 100 people leaving the community, more visitors to come. So my concern, I want to add on to, addition to all our neighbor, is security. We are here for since, you know, like 2004. I believe here almost 20 years. We have very safe neighbor. So now, you know, like we have unknown, you know, like visitors coming in and out daily. So it raised my security concern. So I hope the board need to consider that, because the presenter earlier present all kind of, you know, like about, you know, like safe, about, you know, like traffic, about, you know, like the landscape, everything, but none of them talk about security concern for our neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, your presentation. Next is Santosh Jain.
Hi, thank you for taking time to listen to us. I live in Hurley Ridge neighborhood next to the Ruby Drive. I've been living there since 2014, so 10 years about. The neighborhood has been very safe and sound for so many years, but now the more and more construction is happening with the Tapestry, then people going from Tapestry to the Black Hill to the Black Cabin John. The traffic has increased tremendously, and that traffic alone is not an issue. To me, the noise pollution is another issue. When people are going to having 120 beds in that area, there's always going to be emergency vehicles running around. And how are you going to control the noise pollution? I do not see any solution for that. Plus the safety issues, the security issues, the other issues people have mentioned. If I have a party, like a holiday party or something where 20 people's guests are there are so many cars that crowds my street. Now 120 beds, people visiting all the time. How are the cars going to be parked? This is very concerning, and somebody has to listen to us. We do not understand the commercial languages. They put the code as a residential or put the roads are like sufficient, this, that. We do not understand it. This is the common sense to me. It doesn't make sense that you are going to fit 120 beds and then multiply by that are the visitors, the people working as nurses, kitchen people. You mentioned that the office hours is going to be 9 to 5, but what the kitchen is going to be working all the time. The people, visitors are not going to be allotted the time. It's not an hospital. People are going to come all the time. So please, 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 please reconsider what you're saying, what you're doing. Please do not destroy this nice neighborhood. I really want you to please go through these things again. You can build the houses, but please do not build the residential, the commercial area kind of things in the residential thing. That's all I have to say, and I appreciate that. Appreciate you listening my comments and concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Jane. The next is Debbie Malpass.
Hi, thank you. I live right behind the proposed project and have been a homeowner here since 1999, and I am an avid walker. And I would like to speak from the perspective of somebody that has seen all sorts of things happening that one does not expect to happen. And knowing this area for as long as I've known, walking for 20 plus years, having dogs, having friends, being a very social person, this complex absolutely does not fit in this residential setting. We are one street, 2 streets away from it being where it should belong. And it's unacceptable to squeeze it right in this small area. If an ambulance is coming, which it will, I have aging family members and have been through all of this, some child will be hit on a school bus while a car is trying to turn around to avoid that ambulance that's coming through, or vice versa. You know, these things are just horribly visible when you are out on the road and see these things on that level. And, you know, planning and professionals coming out and the numbers and this and that, that's all great. But once something actually happens, there's no turning back. And, you know, I'm not even saying this because it's truly right behind me. The fact is a fact. This is going to be a dangerous, dangerous county situation. This project should not happen here. It was sold for a tiny amount of money, and it is purely a business. And I'm strongly opposed, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Kevin Malpass.
Hi, how's everybody doing?
Good.
So just to piggyback on what Debbie's already said, we moved in here 25 years ago, painstakingly picked a lot that did not have any structures directly behind it. Actually paid a lot premium due to that fact. And now there is a proposed development that is being called residential. I believe residential should also come with some type of a density qualification to it. If I had 16 people living in my house right now, pretty sure our HOA would be writing me letters about that. So I truly don't believe it is residential. I think it's in a bad location based on West Old Baltimore. The traffic's bad on West Old Baltimore. The proposed entrance right now is at a hinge point for West Old Baltimore. There's a blind spot when you're traveling east on West Old Baltimore coming over the hill. I think that will cause accidents. Again, I'm not opposed to development, but if it was truly single family homes that are truly residential, I would not be opposed to that. But that is not what's proposed to being developed there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malpass. Are there any other online? Catherine, I've gone through the list here. Okay, so do we have a couple people in person? Is it Deborah Duffin? Please come on.
First, I want to say I love the picture of the farmland behind you.
Oh, thank you. You can sit, please, if you. Oh yeah, we need to hear you. So you can hold it. You can hold it if you want it. Yeah, can you push the button, please?
My name is Deborah Fisher Duffin, and I live at the end of Ruby Drive and have been there for 50 years. My dad came here from Pennsylvania for a better life. My dad came here and married his wife, met my mom and married, whom my mom still lives at the property today. They purchased the house from Mr. Musgrove. He was the builder and the developer of Ruby Drive in the 1960s. Did I not push it? No, that's okay. Okay. My dad always referred to this as his little piece of country. Then things were very different for me growing up in the neighborhood. We were more like family. We knew everybody on the street and we looked at each other. We looked out for each other, a very quiet, small family neighborhood. I am very fortunate to be able to have raised my own children in a similar setting. I am very aware times have changed and continue to change. We have many changes already. I've seen Hurley Ridge, Summer Crossing, Tapestry, and a red light at West Old Baltimore Road, which if my father was here, he'd be very surprised. I know the saying is life goes on, changes happen, but I am not willing to give up my quality of life. And I'm gonna fight for it. And it's exactly what's going to happen if you allow this business, not residential, it's a business, to be added to our small neighborhood. It's going to increase the traffic on West Old Baltimore, which is a hot mess now, and it's only going to get worse. That road was put in 1794. There's a lot of history there, not sure if you're even aware of it. The history goes for the road and for myself personally. It's going to increase the noise and the lighting on Ruby Drive. There's no street lights on Ruby Drive right now, and I love it. Don't want lights. I don't care if they're candles or facing down. I don't want it. We also are on well and septic. That's a huge issue if you are on well and septic. It will affect us tremendously. 12405 West Old Baltimore Road has just recently been purchased. Also, 21908, 21901, and 21905 on Ruby Drive, which it's not going to be used as rental properties as these, but to add more beds and buildings to the existing project. Again, and using access in and out of the facility. You did notice that there's 6 houses on Ruby Drive, right? 3 of those houses are World Shine purchased, under different names, of course. They said there's going to be 8 buildings that look similar to the houses on Ivy Leaf. Why not Ruby Drive? That's where the project's going to be. Those houses don't look anything like Ruby Drive. It should look more uniform, right? Blend into the neighborhood. I keep being told that's what it needs to be. Are they going to add a 12-foot wrought iron fence to the property to prevent parking on Ruby Drive so it's not accessible for the facility for visitors, employees, workers? This will add to more foot traffic, and it is a very narrow, small street to be used for extra parking for them to benefit. It's not the right placement for this business, but you only gave me 3 minutes to speak. You've cut me off, and I would love to please tell you that this is where we live. We don't want to give up our homes or our lives for a business. Thank you. I brought pictures for your entertainment if you have not seen Ruby Drive or to see the existing houses. Sorry for the black and white, this threw me off.
Yeah, thank you very much. We have another, Janann Martin is.
Who's this one? Hello?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you for having us today. We really appreciate an opportunity to voice our opinion. My name is Janann Martin. It's my husband, Carl Martin. I'm an artist, and that's why I moved to Ruby Drive, because it's so beautiful there. And my husband is a retired software engineer. We've been living there on 21909 Ruby Drive for 44 years. We raised 5 children, and we have 11 grandchildren. We have very fond memories of this beautiful, quiet street and hope to create more memories with our children, grandchildren, and neighbors in our community in the future. We are the center of our family, and we are the center of the community. We've had many, many community activities in that field. I understand the need for accommodating seniors who need assistance. I personally took care of both my parents in my home until their death. We hope to continue to live in our home that we work so hard to pay for, and our lives revolve around this home and the community. If World Shine is allowed to build a commercial business right across from our house, it will completely destroy our current neighborhood. The quality of the life will change dramatically for the worse. My grandchildren will no longer be able to play and walk freely or ride their bikes on Ruby Drive. There will be strangers coming and going constantly. We are already inundated with new building construction of houses and townhomes, and with it, heavy traffic, noise, light pollution. West Old Baltimore Road can't take anymore. It really can't. If you would come visit our neighborhood in the morning and see the children trying to get on the buses, seeing people trying to get out of Ruby Drive, out of the other developments to try to go to work, you could see it's already a problem. I'm very wary of an organization that comes into a neighborhood and purchases residential homes for a business venture. Surely WorldShine can afford to build elsewhere. We cannot afford, nor do we want to move and uproot our lives. Please understand that we do not oppose assisted living facilities. However, we do oppose the location of this facility because it will completely destroy the quality of life that we enjoy. I implore the planning board to reject this project and to keep the promise that you gave us 44 years ago, that it was going to be residential. Don't let them bully us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is anyone else signed up? Okay, that ends our testimony. We'd like the applicant to come up, please. I'm not sure if you have a general presentation, but when you're presenting, could you also address questions around traffic and, how the traffic study was, done, and also, could you also address I think that one of the residents talked about lighting, living below or the site and how they would be affected by light. I don't know what you're doing about screening and things like that. So please, welcome. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris and members of the board. Steve Robbins with Lurch, Hurley & Brewer. Pleased to be here representing WorldShine, the applicant for the conditional use and preliminary forest conservation plan before you today. With me here today is Becky Jia, who's next to Josh Sloan, who is with WorldShine on behalf of the applicant. There's Kevin Huang with Endesco, our civil engineer for the project. He's all the way on the end. Nancy Randall, to my immediate right, is with Wells & Associates, our traffic consultant. Josh Sloan, to my immediate left, with VICA. And of course, my colleague, Liz Rogers, who is on the video screen. We were hoping we'd have her here, but for other reasons, she has to be on the screen today participating. Before we begin, I do want to acknowledge the efforts of several members of staff that participated in this evaluation of these applications, particularly thanks to Josh Penn and to Mark Beal for all of their efforts and hard work to get us to the board. And also thank you to Patrick Butler for your supervision on this project and your direction. Thank you so much. We're excited to be before the board today to present this application, which will bring much needed assisted living facilities to the Clarksburg-Boyds area in Montgomery County, where to our knowledge, really no such facilities exist today. Liz, are you controlling the screen? Do you have the, okay, thank you. Just a little bit about WorldShine. They are a senior care management company and operator. They own and operate 3 senior daycare facilities in the area, having served over 600 seniors. They provide high-quality, individualized services that support and enrich the lives of our seniors and have received numerous recognition for their work over the years. Notably, WorldShine has been recognized by members from the congressional delegation, including Chris Van Hollen, Senator Van Hollen, and Congressman Jamie Raskin, the Governor Hogan, county executives from Montgomery County, Prince George's, and Frederick County, the mayor of the city of Frederick, the Secretary of State, and the list goes on. They really do a very high-quality job in caring for our seniors. And WorldShine also recognizes the importance of giving back to the community. They contributed meals and personal protective equipment to county first responders and social service departments during the pandemic. They provide strong support for our aging population and have promoted the development of the elderly care industry. They offer a multitude of activities for their patrons and residents, as you can see from this slide that Liz has up there. The activities are designed really for the philosophy that they have in mind, which is the goal of enhancing a healthy mind, a body, and soul. The design of our project is unique. In order to provide a context-sensitive design that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood, the applicant is proposing to develop the 8 cottage-style houses, which collectively contain up to 120 assisted living beds, as opposed to the typical senior housing project, which would be housed in a much larger and, in all likelihood, single type of structure. What I'd ask is just for a couple minutes for Liz to run through a few slides that are important to the project, and then we're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair or members of the board that you might have. Liz?
Yes, thank you. The project before you today reflects substantial modifications that have been made in response to comments received from both park and planning staff, various reviewing agencies, and the community through the previous concept plan application as well as through this conditional use. We just wanted to take you through quickly that design progression so you get a feel for how far the application has come. The applicant initially proposed 6 much larger building masses that were over a continuous below-grade basement structure that housed all the residential amenities. The residential amenity courtyard in this original proposal was directly along the street with a partial cul-de-sac at the terminus of Ruby Drive with some on-street parking, as well as a surface parking lot that was accessed off of Ruby Drive on the southern end of the site. Based on comments received from park and planning staff and the community, the applicant revised the design to include much smaller cottages and to eliminate the below-grade footprint. As you can see here in the revised design, the cottages footprint was shrunk by about 30%, being comparable in size with the neighboring single-family homes. In this design, parking and vehicular access remain largely unchanged. Despite the significant changes made to the scale of the project, the applicant continued to hear concerns expressed regarding the vehicular activity on Ruby Drive and the location of outdoor amenity areas that were directly on the street. So the applicant further revised the design, as you can see here, to pull the homes up to the street to mimic the traditional development pattern in the surrounding residential neighborhood. The partial cul-de-sac was eliminated with fire department access accommodated internal to the site. And that brings us now to the final iteration of the plan that is before the board. After many previous attempts, during the conditional use review, the applicant was finally able to acquire the intervening property that fronted along West Old Baltimore Road. Although this required a significant amount of time and effort to redesign all the plans at this late stage in the application process, the applicant undertook this effort in order to respond to the community concerns, including one of the main community concerns regarding vehicular activity along Ruby Drive. The project before you today, as you can see through this rendering, accommodates all vehicular activity from West Old Baltimore Road. This really is a significant adjustment to the plan that directly responds to comments that we received from nearby neighbors. With this redesign, the applicant was also able to relocate the parking at the rear of the site. This allows them to relocate the trash into the northeast corner of that parking area so that it's substantially screened and buffered physically from the surrounding residential homes. The redesign allows the applicant to maintain the existing character on West Old Baltimore Road and Ruby Drive. As the conditional use demonstrates, there is more than adequate parking provided on site to accommodate the proposed users of the project. As staff noted earlier in their presentation, the proposed cottages are comparable in size and scale with the single-family homes. This provides a comparison to some of the single-family homes on Ivy Leaf Court just to the west of the property. As you can see, the residential facility is both residential in terms of character and use. The cottages have been designed to have a traditional residential appearance. I just wanted to reemphasize, I know staff mentioned this in their presentation, but the project has been designed to promote pedestrian connectivity and safety. The project provides a series of internal walking paths shown on the screen in red throughout the property that promote the physical activity of residents and provide an opportunity for residents to connect with nature. These internal walking paths are largely buffered from the surrounding community by landscaping on either side of the property. We've heard that several community members have expressed concern regarding pedestrian circulation and safety along West Old Baltimore Road, and this project addresses those concerns by providing pedestrian connectivity and safety improvements. As staff noted, the project will provide a new 6-foot wide sidewalk along its West Old Baltimore Road frontage where no sidewalk exists today. And notably, although no off-site frontage improvements are required for this application, the applicant has voluntarily agreed to extend that sidewalk to the west and 260 feet to the east of Ruby Drive in order to complete the missing sidewalk connections on either side of the property. We agree with staff that the project is in substantial conformance with the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan. Although the master plan contains no on-site specific recommendations for the property, the project promotes many of the overall goals and recommendations of that plan. The project is residential in use and character, as we've demonstrated, with ample green space proposed. As such, it promotes the master plan's goal of providing compatible, low-density infill development. Importantly, the master plan seeks to encourage and maintain a wide choice of housing types for people of all incomes, ages, lifestyles, and physical capabilities, and that's exactly what this project achieves by providing diverse housing opportunities that will allow existing seniors in the Clarksburg-Boyds area to age in their community. Staff thoroughly analyzed the inherent characteristics of an assisted living facility and determined that this project is entirely compatible with the surrounding community. We agree. We also agree, as staff correctly notes, the project does not have any non-inherent adverse effects. As previously noticed, the design of this project is unique. The proposed cottage-style homes have a residential appearance that is dramatically different from the typical senior housing project, which are commonly housed within larger single structures. This slide just illustrates one such comparison with a senior housing project that was approved by the board in the RE2 zone with abutting properties that are in the RE2 and R200 zone. Although not required, the applicant did undertake voluntary community outreach efforts. The applicant held a meeting for close-in neighbors prior to filing the conditional use application. We also met with the Up County Citizens Advisory Committee and leadership of the Gaithersburg Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce has submitted a letter of support, which is in the record. We were also pleased to see that on a recent Nextdoor thread, a number of respondents that responded to the post had positive things to say about this proposal and the need for senior housing in the community. We concur with the findings contained in the staff report in agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval. We agree with staff's recommendation that the conditional use meets all the standards and requirements in the zoning ordinance, and the hearing examiner is able to make all the necessary findings to approve the conditional use, and therefore respectfully request the planning board's recommendation of approval of the conditional use and approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan. I know the chair, you had raised 2 questions regarding lighting and traffic, which I think some of our consultants would be better equipped to provide some feedback on.
Great, thank you for your presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Harris, and members of the board for the opportunity to speak. This project was not required to go through and do a standard LATR traffic impact study because it is below the 50-person trip threshold. However, because it is conditional use, we knew questions were going to arise at the time of the zoning case, so we did undertake an analysis. So I wanted to just quickly go through what we did and the trip generation associated with this. So the site is going to generate 34 a.m. person trips and 45 p.m. person trips. But the traffic, the vehicles on the road in the morning peak hour will be 22, and in the evening, 29. And that is a combination of both the inbound and the outbound trip, okay? So we did an analysis of the intersection of 355 and West Old Baltimore. We looked at, obviously, the existing conditions, existing counts, but we also added in 4 developments that were planned. Tapestry was not completed when we did this, so we added in the traffic from Tapestry, which is immediately east of Ruby Drive. Cabin Branch, another project called 10 Mile Creek, and Linthicum West. Those projects will add traffic. Some will add traffic to West Old Baltimore, but all of those projects will add traffic to 355 along that corridor. So I wanted to make it clear that we added growth along with our site. The standard in this area of Montgomery County for intersections, the seconds of delay is 51 seconds of delay for AM or PM peak hour, and a critical lane volume of 1425. We ran the HCM analyses so that we could look at the queue to understand how far back the queue is along West Old Baltimore, as well as along 355, to understand the impact of this project. So the standard, as I said, for the HCM seconds of delay is 51 seconds. This project, in total conditions, this is existing plus those 4 developments that I mentioned, and this project will result in the morning peak hour of 22.5 seconds, and in the PM peak hour, 9.8 for average delay. So we are not even close to the max allowed for that particular intersection. For the site access point, we are at 0.2 seconds in the AM peak hour and 0.4 for this site. Keeping in mind, of course, that we're now looking at this site having its own direct access onto West Old Baltimore. As I mentioned before, the site's only going to generate 22 AM peak hour trips and 29 PM peak hour trips. We also looked at accidents, and as mentioned earlier, there's been a major road improvement that was done at West Old Baltimore and 355. That was in response to another project providing those road improvements, plus the county looking at safety issues at that location. Since that road improvement has been done, there have been no recorded accidents. There was one during construction, and prior to that, there were a number of accidents, but there have been none since that has been opened and re-signalized and widened. It should be noted that there is now a free right turn lane when you're on West Old Baltimore and a receiving lane to go south on 355. And they've extended the queue length for the northbound left turn lane to get onto West Old Baltimore. So there have been some significant improvements out along that intersection and then with ours. And then as it relates to pedestrian safety, it has been mentioned that we are providing sidewalks along where the missing gap is. So along the entire property of the frontage of the community of Ruby Drive, for which we were originally going to have access, our property frontage, and then tying into the 2 communities on either side. That would be Tapestry and then the community to the west. And I think that, I believe, answers all of the questions and issues that came before you. But if you have any additional questions, please let me know.
Answer my transportation question. Does anyone else have a transportation question?
Not for transportation, no.
Okay,
Quick other question.
well, please.
No one wants to jump in. Somebody did mention, and we had some correspondence regarding well and septic, particularly well contamination. Can anyone sort of speak to that, if there's any potential for any contamination or any possible mitigation for anything that may occur?
This came from which industrial. For the proposed designs, we have proposed public water and soil for the entire development. So there should not be any contamination for the project. As a matter of fact, it's probably going to be better for the community because the current house over there had well and septic, and both of them will be removed due to this project.
And tie into the public.
Yeah.
And and I'm assuming standard stormwater mitigations and everything. For
Yes.
The plan we got.
There are quite a bit of ESD facility will be proposed for this development to treat the stormwater, any of the approved water, surface water. So we will meet the county water quality requirement for this project. We will exceed the requirement. Thank you.
Excellent. That's all I have.
Yeah, great. Just any other questions? Or, I have another question, but let me. So, yeah, I thought it was really good that how you tried to have smaller buildings, scale them as to make it as compatible as possible with the adjacent community. My one question is that in your rendering here, so on Ruby, so you're typically homes, they across either they back to back or front to front, like in a in a block. Here on Ruby, you have, I believe it's the residents to the east will have their front, and you'll have, is that your back on, your, and just want to make sure that your back, I don't know, is the quality and whatever, or the materials on your back, or are equal or better quality than the quality of their fronts. Right, on the other side, you will be back to back, and within your block, you'll be front to front as you go down your street. But I just want to make sure, that you consider that in your design there. And then the one question about the lighting, there one of the residents talked about their house was, I'm sure, was it below your, and how do you deal with the lighting there? Yeah.
Hi, Josh Sloan with VICA. Importantly, with conditional uses, they have a more stringent requirement for meeting foot candles at the property boundary. And those photometrics are done without even considering the screening and fencing that would be put up to block further light.
Okay.
So we are below the threshold at the property line, and lighting is much more sophisticated now than it was even 5-10 years ago. And we use a system called bug rating, which is backlight, uplight, and glare, to reduce that by using certain deflectors and things, and those will be used in this case.
And just may I clarify, the main entrance to this development then will be the current one that is not Ruby Drive, is that correct? Is the private drive that goes through the middle?
Correct, no vehicular
And the park,
connection.
and I think it was 52, 53 parking places within that are connected to that drive, is that correct? It was 50-something, I just checked. But all those will be connected to that drive. Ruby Drive is not in any case a connection within this particular development. Yeah, there we go.
And then I would just ask for the planning staff. And typically, you maybe on a much longer block, you look to mid-block connections. Did you consider, into the? If you go back to your, just out of curiosity, the previous slide, Elizabeth. I see on the west side, between those the second and third, there's a sidewalk. That is not a mid-block connection to the community to the west of that. No, that's just an internal.
Correct. Yeah, that's it leads to a lead walk that goes past the units.
Okay.
Yeah, not through into the connecting communities.
Great. So I have no further questions or comments. I think that. While there are 12 whatever beds per unit, if you look at spread across the site, it feels like the whole density is no more dense than if you had put, single-family homes all the way, through there. I like how you made the houses look as compatible as possible. As my comment before, if you can make sure the backs of the houses along Ruby are compatible, in material and quality of the ones that front on Ruby, that would work for me. I have no other comments or questions, and
I have a comment. I appreciate the community members coming forward to express their feelings about the project, and I think it's important that we acknowledge the community members. We care about the community members because without you, there'd be no community. And many of you help sustain the community in which you live, and you have a definite interest in the quality of life that you have in these communities. And I thank you for your comments.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Okay. So if no other comments or questions, do I have a motion?
I would move to approve and transmit comments to the hearing examiner for conditional use CU 2023-11.
Second.
All with one with the comment of the the material.
A material compatibility with
along. Yes.
Yeah. Additional comments.
Sounds good.
Second. Yeah. You just second that? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes. Were you an aye? Okay. You abstained or?
I shall abstain.
Okay, I'll abstain. So 3 ayes and 1 abstention. Do I have a recommendation for approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan?
Yeah, so move that we approve the preliminary forest conservation plan number CU 2023-11.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstain?
I shall abstain.
Abstain. So the 3 ayes and 1 abstention, so the ayes have it. So congratulations, and we look forward to a successful project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So this was our last item. The board meeting of January 18th is now adjourned. Thank you.